The ladies first, Peter.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Peter Milan. I'm the principal of Hang Operate Family Office based in Dubai, and we invest in pre-seed venture and have a very strict regenerative investment thesis, which I guess is appropriate for the topic today.
Yes. Can you also, all of you, just say very short where you're from? You're based here, but we had that also in our introductions that everyone is so like a global citizen, right?
Yeah, so I'm originally Australian, but I've lived here in beautiful Portugal for the past 7 years, and I live between here and Dubai.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Lisbon. I'm Alessandra from Bismarck. I have a long name, German, but I'm actually Italian, Brazilian, French. And I lived in Portugal for 4 years, so I'm very happy for Guy to have organized this summit here because it's very important to bring awareness to European cities, and Lisbon is becoming a capital of the Web3. I'm an angel investor and seed investors in many tech companies that sustain the future of Web3, so blockchain, NFTs, and metaverse. And we've been helping a lot of companies to bring traction in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel. My name is Ronit. My first avatar is I run a thought leadership team for Citi. I'm also based in Dubai, but originally, as you may know from the voice, I'm from the UK. My family are from India, as you can see visually. So what does the thought leadership team do? It's a free-floating mandate. We horizon scan for anything to do with the future of money, technology, particularly the intersection of emerging technologies and the world of finance. We've done a lot of work on the metaverse. Some of this is publicly available. If you Google my name and metaverse, the reports will pop up. Other avatars I have, we're also building an investment fund in Dubai, a Web3 fund, which will go public this quarter. Nothing to do with Citi, but with Citi's blessing. We're doing this with a friend of mine from Sweden and some Indian blockchain entrepreneurs. Other avatars I have, I'm on the advisory board of Imperial College, the Center for FinTech, and there's way too much else to talk about, but just look me on LinkedIn or Twitter. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Kumarda, last but not least.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you, Guy and World of Web Summit for inviting me to Portugal. So I have wear a number of different hats, like Ronit, including this hat.
Blue hats?
Blue hats, right? Very deeply involved with the whole metaverse Web3 space, both in terms of the thought leadership side, but also in terms of actually designing and building large-scale metaverses. I'm the co-founder and co-designer of the metaverse for NEOM, which is a multi-million-dollar metaverse that's now being implemented. NEOM, as you know, is sitting in the same. I'm a member of the Forbes Tech Council, an expert contributor to the World Economic Forum for almost a decade now. And there's a whole bunch of other things which I don't want to go through. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever. All the Web2 channels, because we're not on the metaverse yet, but we'll have my avatar there soon. And once again, thanks for this opportunity to be here and discuss with such eminent colleagues.
Thank you. I'll introduce myself also very shortly. So I'm Aya Nuray Goko, born and raised in the Netherlands, with parents from Turkey, living in Dubai, priorly also in other places. So I guess we're all kind of global citizens here. So it's good to see all the different people also from Dubai and the other cities. So I'm a founder of Global Tech City and also formerly advisor to the city of Amsterdam, and in that capacity involved in smart cities. Currently also advising the European Innovation Council. So let's get started with the main theme of this panel. There has been a lot of controversy. So I would like to just remind you of the name of the panel, and I think it's going to be the whole discussion. So regenerative efforts on securing sustainable future for cities or escape into the metaverse. So let's start by kind of deconstructing this whole question, and also with Pita, because I think you can tell us a bit more on the regenerative side of this.
Yeah, I mean, the topic is problematic for me because I don't really think an or exists. So regeneration is about the creation of the conditions for thriving of life. And we invest according to 7 core principles, some of which are, when we're doing regenerative work, we're looking at things in terms of wholes. Now, when we're taught at school to think, we break things down, complexity, particularly into parts and pieces, and we become specialists in those parts and pieces. But when we engage in that process, we lose a sense of what the whole is that we're dealing with. And we see those issues emerging in healthcare, financial systems, monetary systems, all these types of things. The other principles include things like potential. Nature doesn't have problems, it has potential, yet we're very often focused on solving problems. And when we build new tech, or when we innovate or build new ventures, we do it in order to solve a problem. We don't do that when we're regenerative. We look at the potential, and it's very, very often place-based. So every individual has its own unique potential. Every physical place, whether it be a city or a corporation or whatever, has its own unique potential. So that brings into question then the unique opportunities for Metaverse, because we invested in a company that does large-scale regenerative transitions for cities and corporations, but we built a strong tech behind it with the first immersive impact governance technology, where individuals, groups, cities, and so forth can start to visualize their value-adding impact, right? A lot of us are focusing on decarbonisation, how we do less bad. That's great, but it's not regenerative. Regenerative is about how do we create conditions for life to thrive. And we need to activate all of our collective will in order to do that, and how better to do that if we can actually see our avatars mirroring our real world impact.
So if I may simplify that in my own world.
Try, go ahead.
It's more of a, like you said, a holistic approach and more of a kind of design thinking and looking at the whole as much as possible, which is kind of infinite, so good luck on that. So thank you for your first response. Alessandra, can you also
I will try
help us
to
out
make
here?
it very simple. There is no escapism to Metaverse. Metaverse is going to be simply a new market where we're going to buy, trade digital content. So there is no really escapism into Metaverse. It's just a new form of business, digital business. It's going to reflect some of, quotidian life. You can buy assets, you can go to university, you can study, but it would never replace human life and the urge we have as adult people to really take care and take concern into the climate change and all the regenerative reasons we have to do. To grow food, to build houses, we have to respect and we have to follow certain rules that haven't been followed since 1950s. So there's a lot of people trying to do a lot of efforts. We have the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. They are very easy to learn, very easy to read. You just Google, you find the 17. And basically what I hope everyone in this room, and even my children, only invest in only develop projects that at least complain to one of the 17. Because if each one of us does a little part, we're going to be happy in the long term. But it's not a reality now. And it's Web3 business, I think, since 2016. The very hardcore, they just create this business to bank the unbankables. We have to go back to the sources. You see, I go to a lot of summits and I see a lot of business development, and they lost the track. We have to go back to the track, correct the track. It has to be a tool to help half of the world population who doesn't have access to finance. There are so many villages everywhere in the world, and they have no access to clean water, infrastructure. I just lived in Cascais. Cascais cannot afford to build more units because they lack a grid to supply electricity. So we're talking about a basic problem, which is sustainability. So we have to be very aware and stop consuming the way we crazy consume and doing it the way we crazy do just for the profit of money. So let's use this technology to really make the world a much more affordable for everyone, much more inclusive. So this is my view.
Thank you. And before, oh wow, yeah, go ahead. Thank you for all this, I would say. So before continuing with Ronit, I would like to kind of make a bridge here already, because Alessandra, you're referring to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, the SDGs. I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with that too. And Peter, I just want to ask you, before continuing with the gentleman here, you know, sustainability, the SDGs, regeneration, which is, to me, I learned from you, this whole new trend. We're talking also about circular economy in this whole field. What is the difference or the similarity? Because I'm sure some people know something about the different topics, but what is like the magic or the secret sauce of regeneration and in comparison to sustainability and circular economy?
Yeah. So if we look at the trajectory of design thinking, we have our conventional way of thinking, which is likely what we're taught in schools, which is fragmented, siloed, all this type of stuff, and we see a lot of extractive behaviour. Then we have the next step, which is considered green. We're seeing the emergence of green bonds. We're seeing the concept of, reuse, recycling, all this type of stuff. That's green, and it's about doing less bad. How do we do less bad? Net zero sits kind of there as well. ESG sits there. Then we move to sustainability, and sustainability is about how do we sustain our current way of life without making things worse, right? And so then we see the emergence of the SDGs, but the challenge with the SDGs, and I'm a fan of them, so don't get me wrong, is that they are themselves a little bit fragmented. Like when you're looking at life, there's 17 and they've been broken up, and we're like, let's just choose one or two. But we can't create the conditions for all of life to thrive if we're just focusing on one or two. Women, UN women will argue with me in there. So, well, if we only meet SDG 5, we've met all of them. but ultimately, then we look at restoration, which is after that, which is how, and a lot of the green councils also, I work in Neom too, and they've developed Saudi Arabia and also Dubai new green commissions, and they're all about planting trees. That's restoration. That's important, but it's not rebuilding ecosystems, you know. And I've seen in parts of Saudi Arabia where they have a massive baboon problem. Now, the baboons aren't a problem, it's just that the Suez Canal has transformed such that the migration of animals can't happen between Saudi and Egypt like it used to. So we move to regeneration. Regeneration is about understanding the patterns, understanding how, and you said holes are infinite. Well, they are because they're nested. Like you have a tree which is nested in a forest, which is nested in a park, which is nested in a state. If we have a piece of real estate investment, like a hotel, that's nested in a community, which is nested in a bigger physical geolocation, and so on. So everything is nested. If we work to understand that nestedness, we can actually design and develop in a way where we can meet all the SDGs. We don't have to choose one. We can build ecosystems which is more dynamic than just circular.
Okay, thank you. I would like to continue. My simplification of this answer is, or this response is that it could be the next 2.0 version of the SDGs where there's more of a linkage between them. Again, my simplified version. Ronit, I think we want to hear from you.
Sure, there's been a lot of really interesting ideas thrown out already. Maybe I'll try to unpack some of the underlying assumptions behind it and tie it into trying to define the second part of the panel, which is the metaverse. Because the metaverse is a word or a term that can mean lots of different things. And that's where we've got to start, because if you think of the metaverse purely as digital escapism, which is kind of implied in the panel title, then you think about it as another world. Let's put a Eurocentric hat on. Europeans sail to the Americas and, air quotes, discover the Americas, right? That could be one model, mental model. We're sailing into this digital world and we're going, hey, this is a new continent, it's a new land. So that's mental model one. This is a new land. And if you're a business, you talked about metaverse being a marketplace, we're a business, you could think about it as this is a new market. So unfortunately, globalization in the last 20, 30 years has not been taught about that. It's a new market for Americans or Europeans, and then they became the Chinese and Indians going international. So that's one model. This is a new market, a new country, a new thing. And it's somewhere over there. It's over the ocean, like Christopher Columbus or Vasco da Gama sailing, and That's one model. Another model was I was in Rome this summer, and I hadn't been because of COVID for years to Rome, and it's one of the many very beautiful cities in Europe, which I love visiting, particularly now I live in Dubai. And I was wondering where I'd landed. And the flight landed, and I got to my hotel, checked in. It was almost midnight. I was at an event like this the next day, and I was like, I want to go for a walk because it's such a beautiful city. And I was walking around Rome, and it was between 11:30 and 1 a.m. at night. And I had my phone, and I was, certain, like the Pantheon and the Colosseum, we all recognize. But at every street corner, every square meter of Rome has history, right? And I was thinking, I wish, and this is a massive long plug for AR glasses, but I was thinking, if only I already have my Apple AR glasses. I don't know about you, what phones you have. I have like a dozen of these devices lying around at home, right? In a year or two, I don't know when, they're going to come out with AR glasses, and then we'll all rush to the Apple store, the Apple premium reseller, and spend several $1,000s. We don't need to, but we'll do it anyway. And we'll be in the metaverse, courtesy of Apple. It's not a plug for Apple, by the way, but we have the computer, we have the glasses, and then we already have the earpieces. And then that idea of the metaverse, the AR idea of the metaverse is me back in Rome in June, wandering around, and when I see this amazing elephant I saw, and because I was trying to work out where does this elephant come from, it's not an obelisk, but it was just like it was this amazing elephant tribute. But there's also lovely obelisks as well. And I was Googling it with my phone, with my very dim light. I said, that's a second idea of the metaverse. That's not sailing into a different world. I'm not Christopher Columbus or Da Gama sailing and discovering new digital worlds. That's me using digital to re-engage with the physical world. Now, how can I tie this into regeneration? I'm making this up on this spot, yes, but
Doing pretty well.
thank you. I was thinking, for me, one of the best use cases, and this might sound paradoxical, my main avatar is I work for a bank, is actually it's not the money aspect, the marketplace aspect. There's an old joke that when artists get together, discuss money, and the bankers get together, they discuss art, right? So for me, the most interesting thing of metaverse is education and health. So when I fly on Emirates, another plug, I guess, this is all non-sponsored, by the way, but there's this brilliant video, which you must watch, 13.8 billion years ago, the foundation, the creation of the universe. And I always think whenever I watch it, I wish I could watch this in VR. Or I have children, various ages, and I'm like, if immersive, because that's what the metaverse is. If my 8-year-old could watch this video about the creation of the universe, science classes aren't going to be boring like it was for me. His mind is going to be blown. He's going to want to study physics. Watch that. So for me, the metaverse isn't about sailing off into a new digital land. It's about you reconnecting.
A connection to this place.
Thank you. Well, I really want to make sure that we also hear about Kumardev, and then we'll definitely get back to you. I'm so sorry, but Kumar's in a panel. So Kumardev, can we also hear from you?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hi. That was a very good starting discussion on that. There's a bunch of points here that we need to go through, then of course we'll open up the floors. So the first, I think, is just to complete on what you asked before. I don't know if you're still wondering, but yeah, if you are wondering, well, where can I complete where you're from? I live in London and Brussels, and part-time in Dubai, and then other parts of the world, but London and Brussels is where I spend most of my time. Now, coming back to this, so as somebody who's designed the metaverse for basically a city of cities in the desert, right? So you take a desert, there's nothing, there's sand, you do that. The two worlds, how do you create sustainable, regenerative cities and communities, and how do you do metaverse actually merge? That was some part of what I have to deal with. So the model that I use here, which bridges the sort of gap or bridges these two domains, is a structure, a tiered model. So it's a 3-level model. The first level is that metaverse provides you a very realistic living lab. So I think we're talking about that better. How do you organize a city? Something about we have 4 laws, 5 tunes, and everything is about bylaws. In a living in a realistic living world of a city, whether that's existing or a new one, you can actually simulate how the city would live and grow and the problems that could be and how the solution would play out. So that's the first place where a metaverse actually responds to what a regenerative city design or sustainable community design. The UNSDGs can be, you can turn that into a lab where you try them out and see what happens. And I can tell you the answers are not obvious. In fact, they're completely not obvious for some of the things. Some of these SDGs clash with each other when you try and instrument for the community. But the metaverse provides you a way of doing that at scale. Of course, you can have a small village somewhere and try that and then try and learn about that and go to conferences and then build it up. That'll take 2 years. This can be done in days or even months. And you can have a very wide participation. So that is something that I think the community, the sustainable development of the regenerative communities will absolutely gain from the metaverse when it's there. You don't have to think about it, right? That's the first thing. The second tier is the business models of interaction. So if we're talking about any sort of sustainable regenerative city or any new city, one of the first things we talk about are how do people actually interact with each other when it comes to finance, payments, and trade. Is it going to be through fiat? Is it going to be barter? Is it going to be crypto? Is it going to be a mix? And again, because metaverses bring together these sort of technologies at a very basic level, every metaverse will have not one but multiple blockchains, will have integration with payment APIs, will have integration with banks, will have integration with exchanges, and will offer, most of them will offer their own stable coins or coins linked to the metaverse that you own, such as the Steam will do that very soon. You're going to be able to actually experiment with the business models. What does a real DeFi community look like in the regenerative world? Can I trade bales of hay, or can I trade my carbon offsetting activities and see that reflected in a coin, and when the value of that coin go up, and then I use that to trade? So these models, again, you can do that at scale when people are on the world in real time. So you don't have to invent and create fake models. You just take existing regenerative projects, bring them onto the metaverses, and get them interacting with the business model level. The third one, and which I think the most important one, is the idea of community. I think whether it's the metaverse or regeneration or whatever, if you look at the next 10 years, the number one trend that we all recognize is dematerialization, right? How many of the young people here have a car, have bought a car, or plan to buy a car? Very few, right? And that's the general. Very few people below the age of 30 would even want to buy a car, right? They don't want to buy a car, they don't want to own land and houses, and they're not into physical assets. And a lot of people mistake that and say crypto is a scam, it will never work. One of the things that's always going to work in the generation that are coming online do not believe in the physical asset, the physical world being the absolute reality. They believe in the virtual, the digital world being their reality. And this dematerialization is perfectly suited for the metaverse. So if you want to have a very low or zero carbon footprint, you can do that by using your avatars in the metaverse for the majority of the activities. For example, teleporting between various spaces to have meetings without physically being there, right? So dematerialization is what I think brings together at the very keystone, the cornerstone of these two domains. So finally, and we're going to open this up now to the audience and get their feedback and their questions, but I think it's very important to realize that we have moved on from built up world and let's build it further. There's no space to build it. And in those parts of the world where you can build something, people are not interested in building traditional things like in WoW or anywhere else. They're interested in building things in a new way. And not just in terms of building materials or the design, but in how individuals will live and scale. And so I think that is where metaverses and the whole concept of regenerative sustainable development come together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very elaborate and it touched upon a lot of the aspects. So I just want to kind of, again, simplify it. It reminds me of back in the day, there was like SimCity, that it's like SimCity, but then the 3.0 version, right? Where you have that model. I mean, it's already pretty old. I promised this gentleman can someone like run up to him with a mic? Or can you run up here? And then, because I think we're at the end. Can you just come here? Or there? So, do we still have energy?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Well, I just had a question. I really like the point that you brought up, and I do agree what you say about the physical world. So I'm American, and the history of America and Black Americans and how they've kind of stolen our culture. So when you talk about regeneration, I wanted to know how the metaverse maps to the tangible world and culture. Because in America, sometimes what happens is in a city, you may have a thriving culture. Let's say it's Latino culture, Black culture, whoever culture. And so when you have a culture generates value because people want to live within the culture. In America, when that happens, that attracts investment and money and things like that. So what happens is they gentrify it, they build these apartments that are just kind of standardized, block, and it pushes out the culture. So the value, which was the culture, which came from the artists and the people, they actually get it's kind of like land stolen, but it's legally. So that's why I disagree with you when you say about the tangible world, because we do care about that, especially in America, because we've had so much of our tangible assets and culture stolen from us, and nobody has held America accountable. And so that's just my question, is how do you plan to map this in the regeneration of culture and all these things to the tangible world?
I'd like to respond to that because it's such a brilliant question. So thanks so much for bringing it to the table, and you're absolutely spot on. So what we do when we do regenerative investing, and that's why we say regeneration has to be place-based, is we do a full integration of cultural, social, ecological, and economic. And when you're talking about complexity of place, look at the global citizenship we have up here, let alone what's out there, right? So now the communities in Baltimore, which have a history of being predominantly Black communities, are now complex with more and more different nationalities out. And the gentrification issue that you're talking about is absolutely accurate. It also happens here in Lisbon too, to be honest, and in most places around the world. So what we do is before we even put a pen to paper for design, we bring communities in, right? Because you have a unique potential to create, and you have a unique expression of your culture, your history, your story, and we call that essence of place. And so what we do when we're building Metaverse is we're not building a replica like a Google Maps replica of a place. We're building what we call a story of place in the Metaverse, which reflects the integration of the dynamic cultural interactions within a place and expresses that in a virtual immersive world. Because if I'm wanting to travel to visit you in the US and I want to know about your place, I don't want to know what streets there are, what cool cafes there are, this type of stuff. I want to know what makes the place the place. And I can only do that by understanding to the best of my female white capability, because I don't have your history, to really have you tell me the story.
Well, another thing is too, because I don't believe that any group of people have a monopoly on the culture because it's dynamic, like you say. So I just think it's important to preserve the story and the timeline so that when the new culture, the dynamic culture changes, that other culture isn't, erased or stolen.
It's called co-evolution in regeneration.
Yes.
So can you also just let us know your name and what you're doing so everyone can come up to you?
My name is Jamal, and I just was interested into I'm a tech consultant, but I'm on vacation. I just really was interested in the technology, so I just bought the ticket.
Thank you so much for your question.
Okay, thank you.
So is there anything else, last thoughts or burning questions, even though we're at the end? I don't think the organization is really happy about this. Burning questions or any last thoughts we want to share? No, we don't, but Nothing here? Okay.
I think we're out of time.
No burning questions? Oh, Derek?
I would just like to add one thing.
Okay.
In this building of Metaverse, we need technology, and the technology we use today is blockchain. We have to be very aware of the damage we can do to nature or not, because it uses a lot of energy. So a lot of companies we've been looking at, they do proof of stake, they proof of work, so choosing the companies like Venus, they consume less energy, they can process information very quickly. And I am afraid of one thing, because I believe in totally immersive experience. My Metaverse is not feasible today because I look like a very futuristic movie, and we don't have the tech there, that we can arrive there. And as he said, there are a lot of people, young people, who don't care about physical contents. My children, they don't want to have a car, they don't want to have a driver's license because they have Ubers, they have public transportation. And that is happening more and more and more. You see this in Europe, in Asia, United States, in Latin America. And I see in Asia, because of the space, I'm really afraid that they're going to use like a threat, because they're going to have a full immersive experience. People are going to be locked in their houses for days and days. People don't have money to travel to Maldives, but they can do the experience at home. So I think there is also a moral analysis that we have to bring into this whole construction. How are we going to make human beings not damage themselves like they've been doing for decades and decades of history? Thank you, everyone.
Maybe just one quick addition to you threw out a couple of points there about morality, but also in terms of environmentalism, so the energy footprint of the metaverse. One thing we haven't covered is the social or the control aspect of the metaverse, which is, I'm thinking about it with an ESG lens. The metaverse initially is not going to be a blockchain metaverse primarily. It's going to be a Web 2 metaverse, not a Web, and it's a Web 3 conference, but it's going to be a Web 2 construct. And we will access this via whatever operating system we're embedded in. But it's an Apple, or a Google, or a Tencent, or a Naver, or a fill in the... And they will know everything about us. They already do, but they'll have much more than search data. They'll have biological data, psychological data. By wearing AR or VR devices, they'll know when I'm hungry, they'll know when I'm scared, they'll know, and not just from my searches anymore. They'll know from biodata. So who controls that data? And we're already, if you're worried about big tech or big data or big banks, this is like the next level. So it's going to be an explosion of data, and where does this all sit? Who controls it? I'd be much more worried about that than I hear the energy point made quite often, but frankly, most of this will be done on POS, not POW, so I'm not really worried about that much about the energy point.
Okay. I feel like we just started, and this one question has now a dozen of questions, and I would like to invite us probably somewhere at the back, and everyone who still has questions, so we can continue this, and perhaps next time we can even continue it in the metaverse, that we're actually having a whole summit in the metaverse. I want to thank you all, Pita, Alessandra, Ronit, Kumardev. I want to thank everyone in the audience, and also the gentleman with the question. Derek, you can ask the question when we were standing there. So please show us some love, because we've extended our time as well. And come and join the discussion.
All right, everybody. Now, I'm excited to get into this next topic. We're going to be talking about consensus. Now, the word consensus, according to the Oxford Dictionary, means an agreement. Now, it doesn't have to define how many people have to agree, but they're in agreement. Now, I invited two friends of mine here to the summit, John from Safe Moon, and John and I are in agreement that an orbital shield encryption around Web3 is needed. Now, I travel the world, and I do meet with some really interesting people that are in all types of spaces of decision-making, and I will tell you, they're afraid of Web3 because they don't like something that they feel to be decentralized, but they also like the idea of it being private. But what they don't know and they don't understand is, can it still be encrypted? Because yes, quantum computing will be an issue. Or I get asked the question around the world from candidly some of the world's wealthiest people that ask, Dustin, what type of NFTs should I be buying? Now, I struggle with that because anybody out there see these really ugly looking NFTs that have no value at all being pumped and shilled? Now, I believe an NFT of value should have value. Martin, he and his business partner, who is the creator of Paw Patrol and Bob the Builder. So anybody have kids, you'll know those names. They are coming out with an NFT of value, one that includes brand IP. That is a consensus. I agree with them. It is time for a new type of art. I agree with John that there needs to be an orbital shield. Now I ask you, how do we get a consensus in a bear market? Well, I think it would be easy to say, or what some of us have come to conclude in this world, is that you go alone, you can go pretty far. But if you go together, you can go further. Our expert to come up and talk about consensus is Alex from Global Partnerships, Venture Capital, and Startups at Consensus to talk about consensus in a bear market. Let's welcome him to the stage. Give him a round of applause.
Thanks so much. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Having a good time doing ETH Lisbon, all the events? Yeah, good stuff. My name is Alex, and I work for Consensus, and I am handling our partnerships primarily with VCs and with startups. Consensus is the company that you know from products like MetaMask and Infura, plus a couple of other products like Truffle, so a lot of things that are user and developer directed. And today I would like to talk a little bit about what we do in the space to support builders on their journey to build meaningful relationships. And it is a special time to talk for us because, as you all know, we are in a bear market. But it doesn't really feel like a bear market this time, I feel like. So people are still positive. All the companies that I talk to every week, they are motivated to build great experiences. VCs are still funding. So yes, the market is down, but there's also a lot of stuff happening. And I thought that would be an amazing segue for today's presentation to speak a little bit about how things are going back to meaning and to more tangible relationships. So that'll be my topic today. Oh, there you go. I think we figured it out. What if Taylor Swift had used Web3? Are there any Taylor Swift fans in the room? Yes, of course. I thought so. Same here. So, you know that Taylor Swift has had so many issues with the rights of her music because, frankly, she never used to own her own music, right? So, there was this gentleman here, Scooter Brown, who owns a record label that purchased Taylor Swift's music. And this created a big fight. You know, they're now arch nemesis. But you know, even in 2015, Taylor already had issues with Apple Music, who owned some of her music, put it out for 3 months for people to test free of charge, and kind of forced Taylor and all the other artists into giving away the music for free during that time as well. And Taylor didn't agree. She took her music off Apple Music. There was a big fuss, and for the first time in history, probably, an artist forced a big tech company into changing their policies. And all this headache and trouble with ownership of music leads me to believe, to think, hey, what if she actually knew about blockchain and Web3 and had created a smart contract, an algorithm that turned her songs into NFTs, for example, into tokens. And so every time somebody would stream her music, no matter what channel, no matter what play, she would get 10 cents as royalties. And so Taylor could sleep well, and she would never have to worry a day again about, you know, the ownership of her music, because she knows an algorithm, a smart contract, is paying her on time, every single time, in a transparent and immutable way. And it just solves everybody a big headache. Now, for all the Taylor Swifts out here, you know that she just released her new album. She went double platinum, I think, in one day. And she even claims the entire top 10 in the Billboard Hot 100, which is amazing, even before Drake. So Taylor's doing really well, but it gives us a good way to believe, like, in bear markets, you know, people go back to asking questions like, why do I have to pay $165,000 for a JPEG? You know, 5 years ago, people would be like, yeah, why should I pay $20K for a stupid Bitcoin? And every time things go down a little bit and the exotic use cases kind of go away, everybody starts to become a doubter and a hater. And we need to sort of take things into our own hands. We need to go back to basics to convince these people, hey, Web3 is here to stay, these use cases have a lot of value, a lot of meaning, but they need to connect to a real life situation again, and that's exactly what we see right now. So when the economy is down, investments in Web3 are at risk, so all of us, and what we do is a little bit at risk right now. We need to prove that we can do these things, and so what I would like to advocate for is that we should all try to solve something meaningful and most of all tangible again to get through the next couple of months together. And I'd like for a bit of inspiration to start with, for example, Starbucks, who is committed to sourcing 100% of their coffee in a sustainable, ethical way. So meaning that for every sack of coffee, for every cup that they serve, you need to be able to trace back exactly where it came from, how it was roasted, what the logistic way was, all the way to your cup of coffee. And they created a traceability tool that is connected to blockchain, kind of marking all of these different stations within the supply chain, the logistics chain, onto a transparent ledger so that everybody in the app can say with 100% certainty that their cup of coffee is actively sourced, which is an amazing use case to my mind. And they had so much success with this kind of application that they even incorporated the blockchain tools like NFTs into their Starbucks Rewards loyalty program. So now you earn tokens when you drink Starbucks coffee, which unlocks experiences, which unlocks rewards, which gives you a chance to trade these tokens or these NFTs, depending on what you got. And they're just bringing this all to life in a really real use case. One more story that I really like as well to make this point, which is Singapore Airlines. At the beginning of COVID, did a huge pivot because nobody was booking airline tickets anymore at the time. All of their like 800 or so connections within Southeast Asia went really unused. They were doubters of the Web3 space, so they weren't really into blockchain. They didn't believe that this makes a big difference. But because of like all this capacity that they had and all these costs that they incurred, they gave it a try and founded something called Parcel, which is a way to provide belly space, or the space in aircrafts, to e-commerce companies within Southeast Asia that were shipping a lot across borders. And the same application applies, so they would go and provide tracking of these packages in real time as they go from country to country. They would allow for the purchases and the costs to be shown for the providers, and they would even create an API-ready platform for all of these big e-commerce players to directly connect. And basically used up a lot of this capacity to make money during COVID when people weren't flying using Web3 technology. And I just kind of wanted to give you these use cases because I thought they were really valuable for my argument to say like things are going a bit more back to basics, like everyday use cases that people can relate to, that aren't super exotic, that aren't very far out there, and that people understand. At Consensus, we want to help companies build meaningful relationship right now and in the future. And just to get us all sort of on the same denominator, you know, Consensus has a variety of products that I already talked about, but the way that we think about the world is we want to build a new internet together with you. Consensus was founded by Joe Lubin, which is one of the co-founders of Ethereum, together with Vitalik. And he wanted to create an infrastructure company that gives builders the tools to be successful in the space. And this is what you see here is the so-called flywheel. So we give access to MetaMask to users because we know like MetaMask is almost like a browser. It gives you access to dApps, and you and I and everybody in this room can use it to keep their crypto and access all these different products and services. So more and more users will get into the space, and as more users get into the space, more companies are trying to build products for these users. So we provide these companies with tools like Infura, Diligence, and Truffle to build meaningful products. And as more supply comes in, more people start to use it, and so on. You have a flywheel that self-propels itself forward. And At the beginning of this year, and this is kind of where I'm starting the second part of my presentation, we sat together in the partnership team at Consensus, and we were thinking, hey, what can we do to give companies out there more access to our company? Because Consensus is a little bit like a zoo. It has all these different animals in different cages that know different things and can do different stuff, but it's terribly difficult to access that from the outside. So we talked to all of the different teams, and what we did is we created one 12-month program, which you see here, sort of bundling everything that we do into one experience. We want to work with builders, with startups out there to essentially use these capabilities on your journey to building the things that you do. We bucketed these into three main areas, which is learn, build, and accelerate. So for example, there is a company within Consensus called the Consensus Academy, which gives you blockchain essentials, which has a developer bootcamp. So startups can access that in order to just become better and more knowledgeable, more technically versed when building with in the Ethereum space. We're also going live twice a month with these live enablement sessions. So this guy that you see down here, his name's Clemens, he's doing all of our internal enablement. So anytime there's something new within Consensus, he will kind of teach everybody in the company, and he created a series of workshops that he's now giving externally for everybody to dial in. So no matter if you are a VC or a startup or just friends and family, you can dial into these workshops and become part and check that out to learn about things like, you know, how to build a good go-to-market strategy, how to launch a token successfully, how to bootstrap your infrastructure. So it kind of goes through all of these topics. And we also provide licenses to our main infrastructure products, which right now is Infura, our Node as a Service offering that gives you access to all of these different blockchains that we incorporate, from Ethereum to Polygon to Avalanche to Optimism. What I'm really excited about is that second one here, which is Diligence, which is our automated smart contract vulnerability detection tool. So Diligence used to run all of our manual smart contract audits, and they're so at capacity with all of these projects that they said, hey, let's run an algorithm who can do these smart contract like audits, like debugging, in other words. And so we created sort of a mix of two products that is able to do something that we call fuzzing, which kind of tests your smart contracts and to find any kind of like potential for hacking or bugs or stuff that just doesn't make sense. So you have access to that as well. Then something which is amazingly valuable is working with our engineers and our technical people. We have a team within Consensus called Professional Services, and what they do is they're DevOps people, they're front, back-end developers, and essentially they have different focus areas, from idea evaluation to go-to-market strategy to working with dev tools, working with MetaMask. You guys can speak to these guys directly, do one-on-one time with them, throw your challenges and your ideas at them, and they give you fantastic feedback in order to get to where you want to go, not in 3 or in 6 months, but in 1 or 2. And last, we are really big on ecosystem partners. So we have, companies like Google, AWS, they provide hosting credits, and so they were nice enough to attach their top tier program to this one as well, giving all the builders in the space access to, I think something around $100,000 US in hosting, and you can kind of use that from day one. Lastly, the program would be incomplete if it wasn't for investment opportunities. So companies that are in this program get access to the VCs that we work together with, so who are Consensus VCs partners, and we do intros 4 times a year. We also do introductions to Consensus Mesh, which is our in-house investment arm, who are investing in really great projects. So we want to make sure that builders have sufficient access to capital investment as they build and work with us. So we feel, in closing, that who you work with really matters. I was trying to give you a short introduction to Consensus, how we see the world at the moment, and what we want to do with startups to really build meaningful relationships in this bear market. And I hope you guys had a good insight. If you would like to work with us, get in touch. My contact information is here. I try to have it as complete as possible, so the QR code is my LinkedIn. But then, of course, there's also my Telegram, and we have an email alias that you can write to if you want to learn about the program or anything else that we do at Consensus. With that, I think we are in time. At least I am complete with my presentation, and I would open it up to any questions that you have. Any of those vehicles, there is a process. So we take in about 15 to 20 companies once a quarter. So there's basically cohorts starting 4 times a year. It's not massive, 15 to 20, because we cannot sort of facilitate much larger groups than this. If you're seriously interested and sort of want to use it for the benefits of the program, shoot me an email or reach out on Telegram and I can send you our program.
Could you give us an insight of what type of projects are you guys working in and what the environment it's developing into this bear market, needs-wise and future building-wise?
Yeah, good question. So we launched one cohort this summer. So from July, August, September, sort of, we launched 50 companies. And the feeling I have about the kinds of companies that sort of are in this cohort to like versus what we talked to right now is different. So we have a lot of NFTs and gaming use cases at the time, which makes sense, right? Because those were really hot topics, and now they're a little bit less. So gaming NFTs, there's staking in there, and then we also had blockchain analytics, which was a really hot topic, mainly because people wanted to know what NFT was hot 2 weeks from now. Right now, we see a lot of like more unsexy project, and what I mean by that is like really your typical complex infrastructure, backend API stuff, which people use when they build like products and which has integrated things already, so they don't have to build so much of their backend themselves. So those kind of projects are coming up right now, which is sort of also the evolution that I wanted to make obvious in the first part of the presentation, but back to basics. Like that is really that's really happening. Sweet. Okay. Thanks everybody, and have a good conference.
What's new in the Web3 startup world? So Web3, where we are today, in this new era, this new age, Brad Garlinghouse once said that it is the internet of value. Gavin, of course, said that what Web3 represented was this ownership. Now, the problem is in the startup world, there's a lot of ideas. The problem with that is that not all those ideas will the people creating them and the people launching them know how to execute. We're going to bring up some experts to talk about in the startup world, once you have the idea, what do you do with it? And is it something you can plug this Web3 term into? And then ultimately the sustainability aspect as well. And it's going to be moderated by Violetta, CEO at Liz. Violetta, please join us on stage. Round of applause.
Web3 space is a very dynamic and it's constantly changing. So we are talking today about what's new in Web3 startup world, and we have here very different people with different backgrounds, venture builders, investors, and also the blockchain experts. So I came actually from the traditional VC background, and to be honest, like in the traditional VC background, like the traditional VC, everyone is actually pretty much skeptical regarding Web3 usage and what is there actually beyond DeFi or NFTs. And at the bear market right now specifically, everyone is having even less interest to invest in such startups. So I would like to address the question to Mona. So how do you see the opportunities in the bear market, and what do you look at right now? What use cases?
Hi everyone, great to be here. So essentially, as we all know, a bear market means it's a 20% fall as minimum from the peak, right? So that often has the knock-on effect that valuations of startups are much lower. So from an investor perspective, in a bull market, we often see very, very high valuations. There's a lot of money in the market. But in the bear market, we often see discounts, let's say, and there's a lot of potential for investing into startups at a much lower valuation and therefore much higher possibility for upside in the future. So for us at the moment, from an investor perspective, it's a really interesting time to look at startups and see what's being building, do a bit more due diligence of the startups that we invest in, because we have a bit more time. Use cases was the second question. So I work for a venture capital fund called Tokentus. We are a German venture capital fund, and we're publicly listed with a strong, I would say, banking network expertise. So we invest a lot in Web3 financial services infrastructure is what I call it. For example, new Web3 methods to replace the current financial systems in terms of infrastructure, in terms of apps, etc. So that's something I'm really interested in, because again, it's a building time, so there's a lot of development happening in the space, and generally infrastructure, also in terms of data management, or even community management, which I think is also a very, very important part of the Web3 world.
Yeah, they say that it's the best time to start building. That's true. And Ahmed Shiraz from Stone Partners. So what is your perspective on that? So what opportunities do you see in use cases in the market?
Well, yeah, there are many, right? Use cases for a bear market. I think ultimately the use cases that are present in a bull market to some extent should be the same as the ones in a bear market. I mean, you see some that leave. You see a lot, for example, of the GameFi projects that used to exist are no longer present. You see a lot of the DeFi use cases are no longer there. And I think it's this ability to kind of weed out some of the ones from the bushes. But I think, you know, a lot of the ones that are still there are here. I mean, you might hear less about them. You know, I was speaking to someone the other day that was telling me, wow, Cardano aren't doing much lately. And then I had just gotten off the phone with someone from the Cardano Foundation. I thought exactly the opposite. So I think sometimes it's about just going in to the market and really kind of doing the same amount of research that you're doing. We often say that when the bull market is there, you kind of look and scroll point market cap every day to kind of see where the price of tokens are going. And you continue to do the same in the bear market, then you'll see that there's as many use cases still being developed, and there's much great stuff still left to see.
Yeah, thank you. And Matthias, what about your experience? So I know that you were doing the venture studio as well. So can you please let us know about use cases that you looked at?
Yes, of course. So we do venture capital investing and venture studio, and I think it's the best time of the year here. We can see what founders truly want us. Which founders do just want to raise at an absurd valuation, and which founders actually believe in their startup. So I would say 90% of the founders that don't believe in the startup anyways, they will go bankrupt, which is good. So it weeds out that. Then obviously it's time to build. And the third point is which solution actually works and not. So I think we've seen a lot of NFT stuff happening over the past years. Most of it has not worked. We've seen a lot of, in 2018, we've seen a lot of supply chain stuff happening. Nothing worked. Corporate innovation at the moment, trying to get into Web3 doesn't really function. And now people need to ask themselves, okay, what actually works? DeFi works. Decentralized finance is one of the only use cases that actually adds value in the space, whether this is liquidity providing or making a market or having a new way of governance. So we no longer are looking at use cases that are cute. We're looking at really ventures, founders that add value and that have a real business model. And I think it's perfect time to weed out what's working and what's not.
Yeah, that's definitely time to build, as it's been said. And another thing that it's been noticing a lot that investors start to invest more in equity rather than tokens. So, Toby from Metavibes, so what is your perspective on equity versus tokens investments at the bear market?
Well, I think they're both good investments. We, as a DeFi-focused fund, are largely focused on the token side. We've done a number of pre-IPO equity-style investments, but I think part of the magic of crypto and tokens, I think that attracted a lot of people to the space is to shake up established structures. So the way I look at it is the token economy, DeFi. I think Matthias makes a very, very good point in terms of that a lot of the use cases have largely been DeFi. But I would say equity is just it's a longer return profile, and I'm sure that some people on the panel that defend this. But I think part of the reason that I'm really excited about the crypto token DeFi space is shaping up the structure of things. What is true is possibly 90%, 80% of tokens are not long term and will be total whiteouts. But from the investor point of view and creating new things, the asymmetric upside of a token is sort of in many ways light years quicker than you're growing a unicorn through equity.
And Oliver, what is your strategy in helium choice?
Well, I think the beer market is very good for venture capitalists, as already mentioned, and I think especially now when we see which token has a really user case, or maybe the user case was just existing on a piece of paper. But let's say tokens which are real user case, they're still very interesting. There are still tokens get launched at the moment with future user cases. Of course, maybe they have not this high leverage or exit at the end, but it's also like then more like a middle or long-term investment. So in this market at the moment, for us venture capitalists, is to review what was said from many founders like a year ago, and now let's say in half a year, beginning of next year, a lot of startups will run out of capital, so they need new liquidity, and this gives us the chance to invest in companies to a low valuation, which already have the profile of the market. So I think that's a perfect situation for venture capitalists. For me, as venture capitalist, I more or less like to invest in equity because the due diligence tokens should be the same, what it was not the case in the past. So now for, let's say, venture capitalists who are more in due diligence and more professional and knowing what they're doing and observing more market and the team and all these kind of values of the company, yeah, it's a token and additional income to the equity. You know, short term, yeah, equity most likely 5 to 7 years, which we're investing to get an exit. If you look now to a good token where we partly can exit earlier, it's a great opportunity for us. So I think the beer market at the moment, coming back to the question as well, it's very good. So what we're trying to do is always have normal SEF agreements. Yeah, so it means we have the chance to participate in both sides. One thing here to mention is I think it's also good the beer market for saw the venture capital market, because we as a venture capitalists who are interested in a long term and also to see the companies growing and developing, we have a different approach as a just pure financial investor.
And do you think that venture capital itself can be decentralized one day?
No, I don't think so.
And Matthias, what about you? What do you think? Can it be decentralized one day?
I think venture capital is changing completely. So with our company, we never raised outside funding. We only use our own money. We have 25 people. 15 of them are developers. The rest is quants. So there's no business resources, maybe 2 or 3, because we believe that venture capital cannot really add value by just writing a check. 6 years ago, a friend of mine called me saying, hey, one of the biggest VCs invested 20 million with my company in a seed round, and it took me 2.5 months to get a call set up with them afterwards, which is really messed up. So we said, actually, we believe venture capital is shifting completely. The future investor is going to be different. You need to be hands-on. We have invested in companies X, and then it took them 7 months to hire a tech team. Well, that's not very capital efficient. So what we are doing is we invest, we're really part of this. We make sure code security is proper, economic security is proper, legal structuring, legal setup, and developers. We have developers that we have built on 15 different blockchains, and we're a VC. And the money that we make is with returns. So there's a huge shift. Second point I would like to make is, we believe in on-chain investments. We don't believe really in proper equity investments. We believe the real value add comes from investing in tokens, then providing liquidity, or if it's a DAO, being a governance token holder, because what's happening in DAOs right now, you invest in a DAO and you own a governance token holder. Well, if you're a VC and you don't know any tech, legal, finance, or business terminology in the Web3 space, how can you vote on a proper proposal in a DAO? You cannot. So therefore, we believe the future investor is very close to founders, very tech savvy. They need to be able to provide liquidity as well, and not only just write a check and put their logo on their Twitter handle. So that's kind of our thesis, and we believe that's what the future Web3 investor is going to look like.
And Mona, what do you think?
To be honest, I think we're seeing actually quite a lot of new structures, and I think there's going to be a shift towards more decentralization. I don't think the typical venture capital investor is going to vanish, even in the near and long term. But I do think if we look at, for example, remember the Constitution DAO? So it was 17,000 people within 5 days raised $50 million to buy the last, I think, US Constitution that was privately owned. That just shows how quickly today funds can be raised, and DAOs that are actually investment DAOs like the LAO or Metacartel, for example, they're incorporated companies. I know the LAO for sure is incorporated as a Delaware corp in the US. So what they do is essentially you have to have some capital, a buy-in terms of crypto, ETH in this case. And you also, however, need to go through a voting structure. So you have to have the members of the DAO, Decentralized Autonomous Organization, make sure that they actually want you to be part of it. So there is an aspect about being able to bring value and pitching yourself as a hands-on supporter of the companies in the investment or that are part of the investment portfolio, as well as providing some capital, but also being able to be part of a variety of different investment DAOs and being able to raise capital differently, invest differently, and invest in a more decentralized manner. Not all of it, of course, but there are aspects of decentralization in the explanation I was just trying to give. And I think that's where we're heading with investment within Web3 space.
Yeah, there is a very big rise actually regarding the hands-on investors right now. And Ahmed, I know that you're also very hands-on with Stone Partners, right? So what is your view on the future role of the Web3 investor? What is your view on the future of Web3 investor?
the future of the Web3 investor. I can only echo what Matthew said. I think the ability to be there on the long term. I think you have a lot of responsibility as a Web3 investor. If you look at tokens as an investment, it's like as if a company was doing their IPO, right? You have access to that, so you need to be careful with the governance. And what we see is a lot of investors, depending, of course, on the tokenomics investing schedules, that want to get their wins quite quickly. I mean, traditional VCs are a bit cutthroat in that way. They are there to make their money. So ultimately, if you give them access to that in 1-2 years, well, they're just going to be selling so that they can invest somewhere else. Whereas normally in a traditional IPO, you're looking at least 7 to 10 years down the line, so you can actually build up before the VC is going to sort of dump on you. So I think there's a lot of responsibility that needs to be taken there. I think that a lot of startups in the room need to be careful with who they're getting into bed with, in let's say metaphorical terms. You need to kind of have a good relationship with your investors so that you know that they're there for the long term. Maybe from that security standpoint that Matthias was alluding to, that if the going gets tough, you need to kind of be able to rely on the investors that you have around you to be able to help you out in a bear market and when you need to build. So I think, the future of Web3 investing is kind of having the investor as an extension of your team and being able to rely on them in hard times.
Thank you. And also, the startup journey is also changing, right? So there is more and more companies that are coming actually already with multi-chain solutions. And Toby, what do you think regarding the startup journey itself? How will it look in the future? So what means the multi-chain for the startup?
Yeah, no. So I think the multi-chain reality is happening very, very quickly because we've seen sort of how expensive gas costs on Ethereum, especially ahead of the merge, and they've come down a bit, but it's still fairly meaningful to do a transaction on Ethereum, and you could easily pay $100 sometimes even now. Which means that that particular chain becomes only available to larger investors, which is a problem in many ways. Sort of the whole crypto space is about decentralization, allowing participation of others. The great thing about those costs on mainnet Ethereum is that it's then pushed everyone out into the sort of EVM world, the Ethereum virtual machine world of different areas, and then there are all sorts of other chains. So we've got the likes of Solana, who are presenting here with them shortly, and founders are going close to all sorts of different chains, like the sort of Luna protocols, Algorand, or wherever. And I think what's quite interesting in the bear market is a lot of those protocols are almost playing the role of the VCs and supporting the developers on the chains because they need traction. So we've been quite active in Stacks, which is quite a niche blockchain that has DeFi of Bitcoin, because we believe that Bitcoin is always going to have a DeFi area. And their foundation, for example, is extremely active. You can think of any of these different niche blockchains, from Polygon to Avalanche to whatever. They're actively trying to maintain the best talent, the best developers, and it's interesting because startups are making quite big trade-offs in terms of picking these solutions, but that's sort of it's super interesting having been in the space for 6-7 years, just to see how ecosystems are forming with these smart developers very deeply embedded in these different chains that do different things.
And Oliver, what is your view on that? How the journey will be of the startup with a multi-chain future?
I think we are in a kind of transmission period in the financial industry from, let's say, A to B. How this looks like, I don't know, because I don't have any gas power side. But principally, I know that the future looks different. But I think it's more important, and I see this especially in our ecosystem from blockchain and crypto, that we always have also a kind of mission to educate people. Yeah, and as let's say as a venture capitalist, it's very important that we take people in our journey with us. And it's the same. It doesn't matter if I provide Web3 technology, blockchain technology, or whatever. I mean, maybe it's nice that we in this book we believe tomorrow the future looks completely different, but we are a very small percentage of the total population. So the total population are still in their thinking in the old structure, and as all we are in the room, so this is kind of our mission, let's say, yeah, to pick up people wherever we find them, to talk with them, and this will be the change. Yeah, so I don't know what really will be adapted, what kind of technology. Yeah, so no one knows it. So we are kind of road runners, yeah, far away from the most of the people. And I think all the things what we're discussing here, we don't know how successful they will be at the end. And to be keen enough and have high values is okay. But at the end of the day, we have to make profit with our products. We have to commercialize our products. We have to integrate and implement our technology in daily user cases. Otherwise, everything what we're talking is nice, but it doesn't last. So yes, I believe that the future will look different, and I'm very happy to be a part of this development. How this looks like.
Okay. And I think we have only the time for the last question right now. And what was already mentioned, there is definitely different chains, and all of this network consume a lot of energy. And in context of the climate crisis that we have right now, it seems like blockchains consume this energy. Even after the Ethereum merge, which cut amount of the consumed energy, it's still a question. Will we have the Web3 more sustainable? Toby, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think lots of people in Web3 really care deeply about sustainability of the environment. And it was very awkward when Ethereum was on proof of work, just to have Ethereum and Bitcoin putting out significant energy. So one of the positives of the move to proof of stake is very much that one of the major objections to Ethereum in terms of from an environmental standpoint. Also, though, we're seeing a lot of very proactive products. So one of now the biggest players in the carbon offset market, it became a group called Metavibes that had a very intriguing tokenomics that was slightly favored, but they fought the Olympus down. But effectively, still very, very interesting. What they designed was a DAO that was designed to buy up a lot of the carbon offset market and became a major player in the market. And I think what you see across the wider token economy in general, if people are looking at how you address externalities from an economic point of view, so suddenly, and I think Clean It Out is a good example of a much smaller experiment. Someone was telling me there at this conference about a group working on tokens for people collecting plastic bags and providing that for them. And when those token experiments work well, you can actually have, and Sweatcoin is probably quite a well-known example here at Lisbon. You've got this app that provides you a token just for walking, and effectively you get tokened every day for walking. I reckon I get 50 cents, which is meaningful if you're in an emerging market, intriguing if you're a crypto early adopter or whatever. So I just think the wider crypto space is going to do many different things on the environment and CSR agenda. And even if you think of Bitcoin and proof of work, you could see that as a catalyst for the renewable grid, because much more of Bitcoin mining is produced by renewables than compared to the overall energy sector. I think in the US the stats are roughly 55% of Bitcoin mining is produced by renewables, and something like 20% for the wider energy sector. So in some ways, it acts as a financing mechanism for the renewable.
Thank you. Ahmed, so the closing words for you.
Yeah, I'll just answer a little bit off what Toby said. So, I mean, first of all, I really believe in those use cases that are bringing kind of like real proof of work. So anything that relates quite tangibly to the real world, step out, step in, or anything of the likes. If I may allude to kind of the energy side of things, you know, we always say that work is very energy intensive, but you know, we can only say that because we're able to calculate the amount that it's taking. If you look at most of the larger banks in the world, nobody is calculating how much the staff costs, the ATMs cost, keeping the banks open, and all these things. So I don't necessarily believe that we should beat each other up over the fact that it's very energy consuming. I think that when it comes to innovation, for example, when we were fabricating the first car, they weren't thinking, wow, okay, these cars consume a lot of energy, they're thinking, okay, we need to get from this place to another. So I think when it comes to innovation, yes, we need to think about the environment. I think it's very, very important. But also we need to look at the external world and understand, okay, it's significant to be subjective, it's significant for one thing, the fact that we're able to use Bitcoin to be able to transact everywhere around the world. It has significant value, and we need to be able to contrast those different points. Yes, moving to proof of stake can be a very interesting perspective, but there's always two sides to the coin, and we need to understand the opportunity cost that is being put into there, and also understanding the lobbying from the media. Okay, why are they saying that's consuming a lot of energy, and all these other areas around it? So I think there's always two sides to one argument, and we need to understand kind of what we're getting ourselves into as well when speaking about some of these things. And I think blockchains will come a long way in the future, and we need to focus on the perspective there and the value that they can bring over long term.
Well, thank you so much. It's about the time, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, if I can ask you to hold on one moment, we're going to put something on screen. Now, how many of you remember this thing called the moon landing, where the astronauts landed on the moon? And yes, it did happen. My Masonic brother, Buzz Aldrin, did it. Apollo 11 astronaut. When I was talking to Buzz about cryptocurrency, we had this conversation about what it is, or more importantly, what is the utility around blockchain. At the same time, I was having a conversation with Ivan at MoonPay. Now they are the PayPal of crypto. So MoonPay is a client of mine, and we talked about how we could create something and merge. We can merge in the people that wrote history, were a part of history, into where things are going. So with that, I'd like to air something that I have not put on stage yet. It is my first, and I'm very excited to present to you the first crypto commercial and the last that will ever feature Buzz Aldrin. And now, let's put it on the screen. So I showed you that I'm not just a Calta Monte Crypto from Forbes Monaco, the editor, but I also own a media company that figures out how we can create content. One, that will drive adoption. One, that will show the rest of the world that this can be fun. And it can be interesting, and it can be done right by quality people. So with that, I have a really good announcement to make. Now, it's time for lunch, and it's free food, everybody. So go eat as much as you can, and then come back down. So we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks again.
Oh, good. GM, a quick announcement, everyone. In case you missed it, there's a complimentary lunch for everyone upstairs right now. So if you're hungry, go help yourselves. Have a great day. Stop.
That's their job. They have to be. Yeah, she just did great on stage. She was on stage earlier. Yeah. I mean, I kind of saw her more, just before she went on stage. I didn't know she was speaking. Yeah. Yeah. She did well as usual. Yeah. How are you? Oh, you're in Paris. How long are you going to be in Paris for? Okay. Yeah. I'm in this one for 2 days. And then I'll be in Paris for next week. I don't know. Yeah, we need to catch up with you. I took pictures. Okay, sure. No problem. Okay.
Okay, I'll try to. Sorry. I don't mean that.
So here's, I'm going to do it. Honestly, down the secret, discussion. Thank you. All right, everybody. If I can ask you to start coming in and taking your seats, we're going to be beginning here in about 2 minutes. So please come on in and take your seats. And then we're going to have a conversation. But how do you avoid legal problems in Web3? They do exist. There are some people sitting here right now going, oh yeah, they definitely exist, and if you only knew the problems that are out there. And potentially how many people targeted by them, and how you can avoid them. So we're going to get going here in a moment, and our expert Andrew will be leading the discussion. We're going to get a few more people to come in, coming up from Russia.
Hello everybody. Number 5. Yep. Thank you very much. Was the lunch good? Are you going to sleep? Yeah. Because it's like really difficult to start to think after the meals. We're ready to see you, we're ready to hear you, and we hope that our panel will be helpful to do your business. Yeah? How to do business without taxation, without understanding, it's quite difficult. So I will just make a few words about myself, and our panelists will tell about their stories. So I am a financier. For all of my life, I count money that don't belong to me. So I'm a professional chief financial officer, like for big companies. Okay, that's all about me. And I'm a professor in a few business schools. Good. Now our panelists will tell small stories about themselves.
Hello to everyone. My name is Daria. I'm a financial and legal advisor. I also like to count money. And additionally to that, I always try to see legally how to protect the money and the wealth of the other people and myself as well. So I'm also a member of the International Intergovernmental Organization INJUA, which is the Institute for the Unification of Private Law. It is an organization that is adopting international conventions, mainly in capital markets, to facilitate cross-border financial transactions. And currently we are working on an international guidance document called Digital Assets in Private Law, where we, as a private law institution, try to literally concentrate and come up with the suggestions for each of the national legislators, how to structure and make legal regulation to the dynamic transactional part of the blockchain ecosystem where the digital assets are involved.
Thank you very much. Guys, this is one of the most important panel on this forum. Please be quiet, passionate, and do some notes, because if you don't do notes, you'll forget everything that you will hear. Lisa, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm I'm a legal advisor here in Portugal, and I also work as internal consultant for a couple of crypto companies that are either structuring their legal department or struggling with some of the legal questions that they're starting to face, and also helping them to structure their business across different jurisdictions to see which will be the best corporate structure, which will be the most beneficial tax regulation licenses, and all of that. And other than that, my legal firm here in Portugal work with other things than crypto, mainly crypto in my department, but to help founders to establish themselves here in Portugal, move, buy real estate, and also other things.
Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. And my name is José Peixantes. I am not a lawyer. I am not a fiscal advisor. I am not a financial expert as well. I'm actually an historian and a political scientist. This is literally my background. So in this sense, I try to understand where are you spending money, and from like historical perspective and from an institutional perspective. I think like some of my contributions here can become not only from FABRI, which is an association that deals with the intersection of real estate and blockchain, but essentially through the work we are doing as FACE, which is a federation of the Portuguese associations working on crypto economy. And under this purview, we have been in direct dialogue with the government, starting in September, when there was still the rumor of what would be coming regarding any taxation, alterations to the Portuguese code. We can talk about this later on in the debate. And then jurying out what is the current debate of what the proposal is. It was presented a couple of weeks ago. Probably you were aware and probably also issued an opinion on the impact of such proposals. So we are currently now not only listening to the ecosystem, but
guys, can you do microphone number 4 a little bit louder, please?
So I should maybe go like this?
Now you do the
Oh,
best.
wow.
Yeah, because people will sleep.
So if I do an MC,
Yes,
I need to check my tone then. Okay. So in that sense, we are essentially working with the government as we speak. So negotiating, not only the first analysis and the comments that we have on the proposal, identifying some of the loopholes and what we see has been missing from even a technical point of view in the proposal itself. And then, of course, try to vouch for what we understand should be the position of the sector and in the dialogue with the government in this moment.
Thank you very much. I have a joke. Like, life was really fun before we met lawyers. Kind of. Okay, guys, we have 15 minutes and we have 5 questions. So please be really specific to answering this question, okay? You know these questions, I hope you will. So the first question, general overview and examples with the disclaimer. That is different from one jurisdiction to another. Like, what's the issues for Web3, in what country it is best, not best to start the company? Like, can you give a small overview about this question? What the best jurisdiction to start the company, to get the money and start to pay interest? Yep.
It's not a question for 15 minutes.
For sure.
So I think first of all, you have to decide what kind of services you are going to provide. And
this microphone, please, louder.
Yeah, and which jurisdiction and where your first clientele auditorium you want to serve, and from that you would start. And as being like financial legal advisor, I never say, you have to choose jurisdiction only because there is not regulation at all, or you don't need to pay tax. It's not always a goal. So I prefer to see, also the way how to build long-term business. I prefer to be marathon runner than sprinter. And it means, that you have to build fundamentally correctly business from the beginning, which is in compliance with rules and regulations. Even sometimes we have heard say, the cryptocurrency ecosystem is like a wild west, there's no regulations, which we lawyers would say it's not true. We are not living in a vacuum of rules and regulations. There are still plenty of rules and regulations in place in each of the countries we have to follow. But of course, there are other countries which are more friendly, more easy and supportive also for businesses to get those licenses. Yes, and then we can mention I'm living currently in Dubai, in UAE, which is lately declared to be very friendly and open country in terms of jurisdiction and regulation, how to facilitate businesses. And at the same time also in Europe, we can say even in Europe, it's European Union, but countries are very different as it relates to their regulations. Estonia used to be like a pioneer. Today we will see that many try to move out of Estonia because like Croatia or Slovenia or Czech Republic, even Germany.
Malta was too
also
invest
one
a
of the
lot
first.
in
Yeah,
marketing.
but today we see, that some of it's also a competition between the countries, also a competition between the, how to facilitate and invite business. Like our colleagues also.
Thank you very much.
No, but I agree
The best
with everything.
jurisdiction to start fintech,
I will give the most lawyer answer in that. I cannot say it because there is not just one. It's really what you said. I know it's not what a lot of people expect to answer, but it is the truth. Depend on what is your business and what you're looking for on every detail, because depending on the route that you want to follow, sometimes it will be better for you to be licensed than not. It will be better for you to be more regulated and have the certainty of having a law than not being regulated at all. You maybe be caught by surprise by changes on the government, on the legislation, or the understanding of for any regulator or authority that might have in the country. And then specificities of each business might change also, which would be the best jurisdiction for you to be in. It's not all the same. You will not say that maybe what's best for your business as exchange will be the best for you as a gaming company or a gaming that have gambling features. That's changed 100% for analysis on it.
And
then,
the substance.
Yeah, and also for privacy. We know that have countries that are way more attentive to the privacy of founders and others. So how private you want your company to be, how do you want to structure it, all of that come into mind. But again, we have, and we all seen like the more traditional structure of Web3 that is currently Delaware, Cayman, API for a reason. They're flexible jurisdictions, but not necessarily the best for you.
Thank you very much, Jose. I know your reply.
Well, of course, I mean, I agree, and I will not add, some of the technical dimensions, but I will highlight two different things here. Number one is the competitiveness in the space, getting to your point, and I think any resourceful team easily, quote unquote, will benchmark anywhere they'll go. They will find the top players, they will identify, what product they are doing, they're launching tokens, not tokens, which I shared before, and they could easily get this is the 5 options comparing to where you're trying to go. I'm saying this in the Portuguese case, that of course we are competing, with Zug, in Estonia, we're competing with Liechtenstein, Malta. But it's also interesting to see, sorry for this historic background, the historical background of this competitiveness. Because we were talking about, I remember I was in Malta when they were announcing they call the blockchain strategy and whatnot, and they were placing themselves as to be the high competitive, back then. Today, we are all competing. Portugal now is literally, which is part of my understanding, being scrutinized by different European governments to try to understand how our taxation law is going to come forth in order for them to come in to compete with our community. Okay? You see this in France, this is quite clear, even in Germany as well. But I want to highlight another dimension, which is the ecosystem. Because it depends also on some cultural dimensions in the decision, or let me rephrase it, to understand what are the cultural dimensions in the decision making of a certain project. What are the founders looking for? Where are their teams looking for? Which protocol they are working with. So if they want to work now, just to give you a straight example, if you are from Lisbon, if you want to work with Rust or you want to work with NIR, probably Lisbon will be the place to come because a lot of the ecosystem is going to be here, even if it's not competitively enough from the fiscal point of view. So this is one of the dimensions, and all of you that they will know better than me how to create the financial and corporate structures in order to maximize your taxation, but still allocate your team to a different location where you are registered in corporate. So I will highlight that, of course, and namely as well the stage where you are. So it depends, what you are looking for in a certain project. You can also handpick, and these days it's something that I highlight a lot when talking with institutions. Our community is highly mobile, it's resourceful, educated, and again, to the point, free. So if they don't feel comfortable, welcome, that the ecosystem is not thriving or providing, even sometimes can be just the bureaucracy, can be just the interactions with the institutions. They will relocate very, very easily. And these days, we have everybody in the door to say, please come here, because we are Dubai, we are Malta, we are changing this.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, small feedback about the first point. Do we have the best jurisdiction? The correct answer, no. We don't have the one perfect jurisdiction to start your startup. Correct? Yeah. So, to get the answer, correct jurisdiction for you, you need to just make your legal structure, your operational structure, to understand what inflows and outflows of your business you will have, who will be your suppliers, who will be your clients, and only after that you can find the jurisdiction. Second point that by
Very important point.
Yep.
Do you need bank account or not for your transaction?
Yes. Second point, it's just a small conclusion. We're talking about licensing. What is the license? It's approval or just a given possibility to you to do the type of business. Just like VAS, Virtual Asset Service Provider. Kind of license? Yeah. Like EMI, Electronic Money Institution. There are other type of licenses. So you need to understand, be more specific in your clients, in your outflows. Do you need license and what license you need? And the third point, kind of conclusion of first topic, is about the substance. Because there are 1,000 lawyers who will take money from you and will open you a company, but you will never get open the bank account. So you need to be quite specific in this issue. Am I correct? Maybe somebody would like to short before we'll go to
I would like to a little bit also emphasize the existence or need of the license. And I think if you talk about blockchain as a disruptive technology, as a forced revolution, so it's all about building a trust. And we have to build trust in front of our customers. We have to build trust in our supervisory authorities and governments. Because still, so if you look back, so in 1958, when the first credit card was issued, it failed. Why? Because the people didn't trust this plastic piece, And it's all about, and if we have the license, it's first and fundamental step forward to build the trust.
Thank you very much. Guys, be really passionate and hear what these people are talking to, because you will never meet them on the streets. Good? Can we go to the second question?
Every morning you could meet me running on a promenade.
Good. The second question. It's kind of example. I bought a land in Metaverse. Does it have any value or tax issues? Land in Metaverse. Small commenters from you. Example.
As per German law, while it is a metaverse, no. But once you sell it and convert money to fiat, you have to pay tax.
Yeah, thank you.
As for Portuguese law, we don't know yet. we are waiting the government to say something. As is now, no, you wouldn't pay taxes on it unless you sell, and unless once you sell, that's constitutes in your business activity. So not your main activity, but your business. So it doesn't have to be something that you make all or most of your money from, but that have to be your main source of income. So not the biggest, but the main source of income. Or unless it's inside a company, and then inside a company we consider assets, and they're taxed as a non-corporate taxation.
Thank you. Sam?
I mean, the point, if you're a corporation and you're a company and your business is on the metaverse, as a corporate, like in real life, you are accountable like that, of course. So in that sense, another debate is, what is the jurisdiction of the metaverse in order for taxation purposes? I don't know if this is what you wanted to go. I think again, like we are still trying to solve question number one.
Yeah, thank you very much. So first, just like some conclusion, it depends. Does it have tax issues or not? It depends from your personal tax, like the tax jurisdiction. If you are the Portuguese, you have obligation to pay taxes in Portugal. So it depends a lot from your personal tax jurisdiction. Okay, if you buy it as a personal, like as a person, not like a legal company. Good. I hope it was the reply. But in Portugal, it will be zero now because but you can show it in tax declaration, and it looks like you will not pay any taxes because the government said that it is.
Unless it's your business activity.
Unless it's not your business activity.
If it is your main business activity, it will be.
So you can understand. There are small points you need to be just like quite clear with. Third question: legal aspects of involving token offering. If a company will start issuing tokens, what would you say about
it? Again, so it's so complicated. So what kind of tokens? If you talk about utility tokens, ICOs, just to raise a fund for some specific needs, it's one approach. If you talk about security tokens, which is actually it's a huge potential in the future, and being also from traditional capital market, I love it, and I think it's a great future for tokenization of the private bonds.
Security companies.
So no, that's going to be security tokens, and I think that we're really looking forward. It's a great potential and market for security tokens in the next future. So, but again, today we have those opportunities good enough for particular purposes. If we talk about fundraising, also utility tokens themselves still be an option in different jurisdictions. So yes, it's a private consultation with the client to see what kind of goal he wants to reach and which solution would serve the best, to reach the goal.
Thank you very much, Luisa.
Taking on the point that you started, I think we need to see mainly normally when we're talking about doing an ICO as far as how are you raising your money. That's a big point because different countries have different laws for raising. So if you're doing crowdfunding, or if you're doing angel investors, or if you're just having friends and family investing, different kinds of capital raise bring different legislations. And then the tokens, the same as you said, but security concerned me a bit more because once we're talking security, we're entering a super regulated market, and there means mostly licenses. And then big markets like US would have the SEC, which have been proven to be a very conservative body, and they're actually giving a lot of swap orders to companies. We're starting to have lawsuits, so we start entering an ultra-regulated market, which means more problems, fines, and well.
Thank you very much for that.
Well, I mean, being the third on the panel with this question, I have to say, simplifies.
You can tell yes.
That's why I introduced myself. No, that's why I introduced myself as an historian, so I have this kind of like other perspective.
Okay, next time. What's that? Next question will start from you. Okay?
No.
Yes.
I am learning a lot actually from my colleagues. I mean, essentially, I would say, I do it by the book, quote unquote. I think we have these days, again, the benchmark is there. Depends on your resources to access that into whatever explore Singapore, US, and so forth. And also what purposes you are looking when you're doing your top luncheon. And essentially, what sort of protection level do you need to or you want to provide your investors? Because again, the point is different if you're working already with a couple of strong VCs, for instance, that you need really to provide them this legal framework that will feel at ease. A different thing if you're doing, the crowdfunding, where the minimum thresholds can be much lower, and to a certain extent, you can, let's say, disregard these aspects, or look at them differently if you were looking at different investors. So I'll say too, take care of the legal, the tech, of course, the auditing of your work, which I think is also quite important. These are, if you want, complementary dimensions that should come into a good running investment.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, first conclusion, before issuing token, you need to understand, is it security or utility? And the second question, you need to understand the legislation in the country of your corporate structure. Yep. Good. And you need to pay lawyers to find out all of that stuff. Third question, Jose, you will be the first. Because you was talking about it. You need to show us, okay, due diligence before entering a project. KYC, AML issues. What would you tell about this?
Who is issuing or who is...
Just like if you are, as investor, go to a project, or opposite way, just like AML and KYC issues. I think it works in both ways.
I mean, but to the point, I think I was answering before, when you're trying to have this sort of protection level in group, if you want to look at the project, you should, of course, their team, their white paper. I'm extremely concerned with the audit. This is something that concerns me a lot. I think on these conferences, for instance, we hardly talk about auditing. So this is something that I think should become more and more before. And of course, we are, again, new to a certain extent. So it's not like you can see, as you see in traditional markets, but you can find reliable institutions with legacy of tens of years, decades, like in the field. So they have this accumulated experience. We are literally just breaking through any company that says that they have 5-6 years in this space. They are already highly veterans, and this is nothing that would be like included from the investors. Sometimes they want to see companies that have 20, 30, 40 years in the market before they feel comfortable in actually operating or communicating with them. So you're looking at us and say, like, hey, from my house today, for instance, a very interesting project, 18 months old. But they have brought the accumulation experience of a highly seasoned team and a seasoned, for instance, set of partners. So trying to understand wider than just like the power flash and PowerPoints that are coming.
Thank you, Lisa.
I just think that our space, the Web3 space, have learned a lot with the traditional market once we're talking about KYC and AML. We're not trying to invent the wheel or nothing like that, thanks God. We've passed this point. But most of the countries, I would dare to say, like almost all of them, have some kind of KYC and AML procedures. And that will vary from the most complete ones to the least ones. So some of them will request way more information to us, and that will also be directly proportional to your business and what are you doing. So any company will never have to have the amount of KYC in exchange, for example. So as much regulated market that you enter, the more KYC and AML you will have to face, versus the least that you go from regulated market, the most blend it will be. But I think at some extent it will always be there. I think we can. don't have much way out of it.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to say that what relates to blockchain ecosystem, that the AML and KYC procedures that we are using, it's very sophisticated, and we use artificial intelligence to do those procedures. To onboard one client on centralized exchange, it takes 6 to 7 seconds to check who you are, whether you are in sanctioned jurisdiction or PEP or whatever. However, traditional financial institution banks still use Excel sheets and vault check, and takes like 10 days to check who you are, and then ask plenty of questions. So I think we are too sophisticated, and we reach, that in order to follow those very strict rules, only because responding to maybe those like first impression or some kind of use saying that we are in gray area, that the blockchain is used for like financial crimes, whatever, and I think also what relates to check due diligence, it also very much depends on whether it's centralized exchange or platform or decentralized. If you talk about decentralized, or the tools we can use and check for ML KYC is completely different, almost sometimes impossible. And also I would always pay attention what kind of third-party, service provider we do use in order to have like transaction screening, wallet screening, I don't know, the chain analysis, crystal and coin firm, so those depends on what kind of service provider you work with.
Thank you very much. Just guys, for you, small conclusion of this point. So there are 3 terms. Due diligence, AML, and KYC. Due diligence is the process of understanding what's happening in the business. Anti-money laundering is the process that all banks fight with. It's just like fight against terrorism. So all questions that banks asking you, and they need to be sure that you are not connected to terrorism or money laundering. So just like it helping to go through the process of opening the bank account. And KYC is the process that will help your startup, your business, to understand who is your clients. Are they connected to that bad issues or not? And the last question, okay? Sorry. Crypto and legal tender. Which country, maybe just like small recommendations for these people in this community, just like to help them what to start from. So crypto and legal tender. Luisa. Yeah. Luisa, you'll be the first. We change it.
I mean, that's way more in the financial side of it than legal, would say. But for what we're seeing, it's still very unstable once we're talking about legal tender. I mean, stable coins, as you know, they're not that much stable as it is. And legal tender, I mean, for people that don't know, it's just pretty much a national coin that can be accepted in courts. So if you have to pay a fine, you could also pay in those coins. But have not been paying off so much because of the instability of it. So normally the places like El Salvador, for example, that all have a legal tender as crypto, their main coin are not as stable as we would wish. As it should be. So, I mean, I would not advise, in any sense, anyone to buy any legal tender just because. But if you're there, for sure, it's a good option for you than your normal currency. You have other ways to actually be interactive with the state, which I think is a great start. So,
thank you very much, Sam.
For me, I think it's a fascinating topic, actually, especially with the CBDCs and so forth. But I want to bring in, if you like, to a more meta level in terms of the geopolitics behind it. Because this is, I think, where we are. This is one of the struggles we're going to see in the incoming years. Right? And also looking out, for instance, the EU, of course, the European Central Bank, China, that developed, the US also studying, and of course Latin America and so forth. But essentially Africa, because this is where the use cases are going to be rolled out. Right? And then in the relationship with the IMF, so on and so forth. So I think this is a very interesting area for us to look at, okay, maybe more from the philosophical point of view, but from the comparative point of view as well. But I think that we are witnessing also in our space a huge geopolitical struggle where the big superpowers are trying to position themselves. Russia, I mean, to a certain extent, is still a player. China, US, and Europe competing to the incoming continents, namely Latin America. And this is going to be one of the elements of this project.
Thank you very much, Pavel. I think your reply will be the best. As the conclusion.
No, I would like that very legally to look at that question. So it's still we are struggling with that, coming up with the taxonomy and definition of the digital asset. So there are countries which are saying, like Japan, that digital asset can be a property, and so they have these property rights. There are the countries which are saying, you know, still struggling to say is it a thing or not, and if the electronic record could be a property object. So Germany is saying that this is a private money, you know, so we still think that there are different jurisdictions also from this legal, theoretical, conceptual point of view, there are still different approaches. And that's why we had to come to this common denominator actually, you know, to help the businesses to be like unified and from the legal point of view to come up with a definition. And then also it will facilitate also all the rest like property rights, can it be like a part of the inheritance estate or not? So, you know, there's a lot of these property rights and private law rights which come together once legally on common definition.
Yeah. So guys, thank you very much.
But Mika is not talking about the definition and taxonomy.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And that's why we're already
That's
in
right.
the V whatever and
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the whole organization, which is Unit it's the only organization which facilitates private law aspects of the digital assets. And we hopefully will adopt this guidance document at the end of this year that will be used as a model law for all the jurisdictions because we have 69 member countries in this organization. So hopefully, you know.
Yeah, guys, 25 minutes it's too low just like for these issues. But what I recommend you to find contacts because they will stay here, these professionals, you can find their contacts, to tell them, to write them emails and to find answers on all of your questions. Thank you very much.
А у нас время есть? Все, начинаем готовиться.
All right. What are you going now on our next? All right, got you now. Now we're going to have to move into the conversation of NFTs. We talked earlier about those JPEG images that we see online. Now, what about the rights, specifically IP? You know, if you take a picture of, say, an exotic sports car, you sell that exotic sports car, is it really yours? We're going to bring up now an expert and welcome her to the stage. She will be our moderator. Come on up. Give her a hand.
So my name is Nastya, I'm from Babs Labs. We are doing a lot of stuff around NFTs, but basically we're in PR. And now I would like to ask my panelists to come here and share their experience about IP rights. Please, Maria, John, Hazel, join us here. So I would like you to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your background, experience, and project you're developing.
Thank you very much, and thank you also, Nick, for hosting this event. My name is Maria Rebello. I work for a tech company called Rubica, and what we do is we provide decentralized solutions for IP protection of digital and phygital assets.
Thank you, Maria. My name is John Peters. I'm the co-founder of Growth Partners. We help your brand scale at speed. My background is 25 years in primarily Web2 corporate marketing.
Right, thank you, John. My name is Natal. I'm the founder of Hallelujah. We're all about music copyright in Web3. There's a $20 billion market in music copyrights. We integrated with $200 billion market, which is metaverses and games, on-chain, off-chain.
Cool, thank you. So probably I will start this panel with a cool case study, which I really follow. So I was at a concert with Beyonce. I took a picture. She's singing, and then I posted in my Instagram, and someone took this picture and then linked it and sold it for $1 million. So what should I do? I mean, like, I know you can't solve this case, it's a really complicated case, but probably I will be happy to hear your opinion and maybe some kind of like insights on the rights which are transferred via NFTs. And how can we actually, what can we expect, like maybe based on this case or other cases, you know, what kind of rights we as members of this like very strange case can have. So who would like to start?
Alright, so in this case, it's actually quite simple because there was in fact commercialization of an image that does not belong to whoever minted and sold it. The problem here will be how to prove, because as you know, we mainly use decentralized wallets to buy NFTs. For example, MetaMask is anonymous. So until proven otherwise, I can indeed state that that Instagram and that photo and the person in that photo is me just through my MetaMask. It would have to be taken to court. And that's where the legal implications, the money, and until you have just a copyright license for that image, would be chaos. So to answer your question, the ownership will not be transferred. In this case, I will have to speak with the marketplace, and if I want to take legal actions, then I will have to find my own jurisdiction, so as I'm Portuguese, I'll go to the Portuguese court to take this NFT down.
Okay, thank you so much. Very good advice. Okay, let's continue. What are your thoughts here?
I believe from the brand perspective, that if you recently saw the announcement between Fortress and Google, although being more centralized, and we're trending towards a decentralized world, they're trying to accommodate this problem as well through the authenticity and recognition of the ownership of the actual IP. And now, depending if we're talking copyright IP versus image IP, or the other rights of the broadcast company or the photographer, I think from a solution perspective, they're trying to address this also.
Thank you, John.
We have knowledge of how music copyrights works, right? In art, it's very different. In music, we say that if you created a piece, you basically were the vessel of that IP, then you have the copyrights, and therefore you should be compensated first. And throughout the journey of that creation, that's what we see. If we can borrow, I'm not sure we can, then the owner of that snap is Beyonce. Because the photographer is only permitted to take that snap, but the owner is actually the tselem, the image, right? She's an image, right? Everyone is an image, is living within the image. And therefore, our perspective is kind of outside the borders of legal and jurisdiction and all that.
Oh, so I'm not sure that they can compete with Beyonce on court. So But let's leave this case and let's follow with like another question. We already started to talk about brands, and I am curious, like, as a brand owner, how can I protect my brand using blockchain? Do we have like tools already existing to really protect my copyrights? And of course, like I'm sure that you are experts here and you can like tell me more. And how can I protect myself also from someone else using my brand in their NFT collections? So this would be interesting question.
You want to reverse?
Yeah,
okay.
let's do it.
Men's with long code first. So in the music industry, copyright is 138 years old, 139 years old, for a piece that drove from Paris, 10 kilometers out of Paris, to Geneva. So Victor Hugo was the first one to register that play. It was a play with a script. And now we have 228 music copyright societies around the world that they actually speak with each other, but in a very cumbersome way. Now, what does it mean? It means that musicians are losing a lot of money for their assets. So the more you hold on to that asset and you don't sell it to a VC that buying those copyrights, you actually lose money. So imagine that you have a house and you will get rent less and less and less and less every year until it's worth nothing. So assets in music copyrights should have a fair treatment. And our way to maneuver through that rabbit hole, because it's quite complex, because every song has between 4 and 5 different licenses, is to put it all in one place. And goodness, we have that. We have that option. That technology is NFT. So we don't have to go anywhere, really. Now we have to convince the music societies to let down control a little bit so we can have a big party rather than a debate going from 2 to 3. So if you can do that, and I believe we can do that, then it's amazing for the music societies. They're going to move away from control that is not rewarding copyrights. You heard about Taylor Swift. She had 1 billion streams on Spotify with her latest album. Not so many people know that she spent over $7 million to reach that number, and she got 0.003 cent, right, of a dollar for each stream, which means that she lost money with that headline. She spent around 7 million to make that campaign. Real success, a lot of fame, but fortune not so much, because if you put the numbers down, it's just pre-tax, $3 million pre-tax. So in the end of the day, she spent money for that fame. And that's what happens with musicians today. They know it, we know it, and we think we're in a good place to shift.
Okay. This is so cool. You should tell her how to
Well,
her
not really her, but we are interested to contact the manager, who's his father, who's a very good and sharp businessman.
I'm sure that will be interested in your offer, so you should try it. So, maybe you can continue, John?
Yeah, from the brand perspective, I believe this is still a very open topic. I think that the brands are moving forward with their own minting process, working with different partners, but I think this is really a topic that will unfold over time. Right now, I think there's still a lot of ambiguity around the actual ownership of the various reasons we just talked about previously.
Yes, and so, pardon myself for forgetting about your question. Let's put some context here. What is IP? And IP is intellectual property. And within intellectual property, we have several other forms. So when we talk about the brands, usually we're talking about trademarks, not about copyrights. When we're talking about images, we are talking about copyrights. And besides that, we have patents and trade secrets and a lot more. So there is no serious universal blockchain technology solution to protect IP. As a brand, you need to do your trademark license, and this trademark license is still centralized. When it comes to copyrights, so to NFTs, and I would love to address what you have to say about musicians, because it's very interesting.
licenses and copyright protection is not inside, it's not embedded in NFTs. The validation needs to occur, monitoring of the market, in this case the digital market, because we cannot monitor anything we don't see digitally nowadays, needs to occur as well. And this validation needs to be, for example, what we did with Eureka, which is a package of proof, which is a trademark process where we offer all the documentation needed for the licensing of copyrights. So when we look at branding, the way we can protect is by going through centralized ways. So trademark, and trademark is so important. So if you're starting a brand, I do advise you to look at trademarks. And any assets that you put out there as NFTs, they should be validated because there is no licensing with NFTs. There is an ownership that is mainly anonymous.
Yeah, this is very complicated area. We need to be super sure what we are doing, and we are running a lot of campaigns for our clients. They are launching NFT collections. So my probably question would be, what would you recommend to start with? Like NFT artists, they are just great art. They don't know anything about legal side, about blockchain, technology side. So what would be your recommendation? Which step they need to take first to be sure that they are protected, that they are not causing any problems and they will not have any problems in the future? I think this would be my question for you and for all of you. Who would like to start?
Yeah, gladly. I think it's about planning, contacting your network and finding proper resources, specifically in this area around legal. I think there's a lot of very knowledgeable legal entities within the blockchain and crypto space that can help address this. It is a relatively new area, but definitely to the content creators, reaching out to their network, contacting those that they know that have expertise in this area to find the proper next steps before moving forward too much.
Yes, and as well, so to protect yourself, I like to say that to protect yourself, you do need to look at these legal implications and to find solutions that can validate your entities. And to protect, making sure that you are not infringing copyright, usually the creator already knows. The founder of the project may not know that the creator that they are hiring is infringing copyright. So if you're a project founder, you need to look at ways to monitor the market. I would say that we have the solution, but there are other ways to find these solutions. As a creator, you need to inspire yourself and to look where this inspiration came. You cannot just draw a Mickey Mouse and put a hat on it and say that because the hat is unique, you don't owe anything to Disney because Disney will come.
Right, so yeah, it's very complicated. You need, I would say, a good lawyer and a good state of mind to question that lawyer all the time. From my personal experience, we have pivoted 4 times because we had, designed a model that really actually, touched the areas of securities, and we had to avoid it because that's not the company we want. The SEC, I mean, right? So we've pivoted to the point that where we are really relaxed and happy about the model. And again, taking advice, but always be there to question it because it's moving way too fast.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Now we are still trying to build the market and there is no regulation. There is no rules. And we are kind of I don't know, trying to figure it out and do the self-regulation, which is complicated itself. But as a decentralized community, we are pretty good right now, and still think that we kind of solve this problem itself, and then regulation will come for sure. We will find it. Okay, I have. Oh, sorry. I have last question. question is about NFT marketplaces. So what kind of obligations NFT marketplaces have in terms of copyright, and how can you probably, like, because we heard about lots of case studies with OpenSea and this like big cases in court. So what will you recommend here?
So at the moment, NFT marketplaces actually don't have to honor royalties. They don't have to honor almost anything. They're basically an online platform providing creators the opportunities to sign in, mint, and sell. I'm generalizing here. There are cases, and there are marketplaces that are working in the right way. But what happens, and taking an example from Ethereum and EVM compatible blockchains, is that they can take an NFT and transfer it from OpenSea to another platform. And there are several platforms mainly for staking NFTs that don't honor copyrights. And this is very debatable. I'm open to debate this anytime, why creators need to receive and should receive their royalties. But what would be a solution for this would be a united platform, a guideline for marketplaces. And I wouldn't go centralized and say this has to be regulated and it has to be in the law. But as long as everyone follows a protocol, and this protocol is ethical and thinks about the consumer and as well the creator, then we would have a good opportunity here to show that decentralization and NFTs are not just a lot of scams, which they are right now.
Very well stated. I believe that it's the old adage of buyer beware. There's too many scenarios, one that I was personally involved with about 3 weeks ago, of not doing enough research, and even though on the surface, the marketplace, which is very reputable, the creators who had presented themselves to be very reputable, turned out to be a scam. Once you dug a little deeper, you found out that they had previously moved from chain to chain to chain, repurposing the same content over and over to a new community, to a new chain. So, unfortunately, the old adage of buyer beware, I think, is extremely important.
Yeah, we don't see ourselves as inventors of regulation in that sense. We don't want to. We understand that journey and we've skipped it. We only offer a technological vessel to allow simple usage, and people involved who own the IP, the creation, to have fair pay for their creation. We work with regulation at the moment. There was no doubt in my mind that we're going to do something that is adventurous. And for us, again, just personal experience, we found that that is the best road to take.
Thank you so much. I think like here in the audience probably there are lots of questions, but I'm sure that you can answer them like in the networking area after the panel. So thank you so much for your insightful thoughts. I hope you will meet once again here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
conversation. I know this guy. You come up here. You are.
When they let you out, I think that's.
Парни,
The metaverse, this 9-letter word that we talked about in the beginning. What is it? And what will it look like in, well, 20 years? I want to know what it's going to look like next year and 5 years out. What are the steps it's going to take to build it and build it right? And then to talk about interoperability. I mean, does it exist? We talked about before that if you go alone, you can go far. You go together, you will go further. With that, let's bring up our host, Victoria, to speak to Joel Keats, the CEO of Metavibes, to learn more about what the metaverse will look like and how we can fit in. Let's give her a round of applause. Come on, that's the best we got. Thank you. A little bit louder. Let's give it. And for the host. There you go, sir. Thank you. All right, we'll warm them up for you, Victoria.
Левее. Да. Вот этот подвиг. Да. Столик может подвинуть. Этот столик подвинуть. Да. No.
Can you give me a sound here, please? Hello?
We don't hear a sound. Вик, если что, говори на камеру Влады. Она сейчас.
Sorry guys, a little delay. Give me a sound here.
Я с тобой. Что еще? Я смогу? Нет, не сможешь. Сейчас.
Oh, okay.
Но это плохо. У нас не... Is it possible to use this microphone?
Is it possible to have this small mic here? Sorry, little delay.
Ну давай так. Считай до 10. 1, 2, 3. Давай, они проверяют.
Vika, please try to talk. Talk. Just talk because we need to hear you here.
Постоянно читай. Не в микрофон.
Hello. Hello, hello,
А теперь бери его.
hello. Okay. Okay, sorry for the delay, guys. Is it me or just too many hot people with sexy projects here? Give me a hand if you have a sexy project. Hands up. Just this? Just 5? Don't you have a sexy project? Are you running a sexy project now? How about 1? About 2? Okay. Not too many, I'm surprised. While I'm running a sexy project, WoW Summit, I'm part of the team, editor-in-chief, and I'm Victoria, aka Queen Badass. Welcome to my Passion Badass show, an educated talk show about wrestling. And the energy is amazing here. There are geniuses among us today. That's what I call my guest today. Definitely a genius. He speaks 7 languages. He knows, he's so intelligent and so freaking cool. You witness it right now. Normally we film the show in the studio, but today is a special occasion, obviously. So it's even better. The more the merrier. Please come sit here closer if you can. I'll be really happy with my guests too. So, welcome to the stage, founding member of Ethereum, MetaMask architect, and founder and CEO of Metaverse, Joel Dietz. Hi.
Pleasure to be here.
Glad to have you. Please be seated. So how are you, Joel? How was it?
Long, yeah. It was an exhausting one. It's like a small pieces of flights, mixed together where you had like an hour to sit in a chair and pretend to sleep in between them. But I got here, I felt very fresh, excited. So.
Where did you come from?
I was in Jordan presenting at the UN SME conference there, and it was actually way more exciting than I anticipated because it had so many entrepreneurs from the region. And when they heard Metaverse, they had so many interesting ideas. They wanted to build schools in the Metaverse and all these other things. So it ended up being very, very high.
Amazing. Okay, let's start from your education. You started at Harvard. I have a list here. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Harvard, Hebrew University, Arcadia University, Ludwig Maximilian University of Munich, Harbin Institute of Technology, and blah, 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 many more. So you insisted on homeschooling when you were growing up. If you spent time at all the institutions later on when you grew up, where did you get your hunger for study? And what would you recommend our producer that has a kid how to give that love for study?
Well, I love libraries, and my mother was bringing me to the local children's library where I grew up in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And one of the great things about this library is it also had games. I don't know if anyone goes back and remembers the original Oregon Trail, but there was also some great Magic School Bus games. But we had these nice computers that were set up for educational games, and then just like all the choose your own adventure, all the sci-fi, all the picture books. And I completely loved that library. I read so many of the books in it. It got me going with like geography, like competitions and things like that. Also got me going with like fixing computers because they needed someone to help the computers going. And I think kind of set me on a track. It also kind of interesting mix of that because I was volunteering there in the library for maybe 10 years growing up. And then, sometimes you volunteer first because you're very passionate about something, and then building a professional version of it over on and later. But education and games is something I've always been very passionate about.
You're designing games, right? And in your childhood, so at 6, you started programming. At 8, you got computer science. At 15, you got a grant for your computer science, right? If you would play games all the time, would you accomplish all of this?
There's a lot of the type of games, So some games they're very mind expanding. Like I did a lot of logic puzzles when I was a kid. Some, maybe your thumbs get very, good at moving around, but your mind is not quite as expanded. So I think there's a way, basically, to combine the two in a good way. Challenging sometimes, but very rewarding when they're able to do it.
I know I wouldn't feel a little bit awkward and think some people probably will feel awkward too. Just that each question, you know what's the level of
I took an IQ test once, and I think I got a 165 on it, but that was a very long time ago, and I was recently thinking about revisiting it, partially because I'm interested in tests in general for both not just intelligence, but more like tactile abilities, reaction time, athletic things. So I'm thinking of revisiting it, and even like creating some new versions.
So let's talk about the leadership here. It seems like leadership and innovation are the things. So, who are your role models? Like, who do you learn from? If you have the posters on the walls, I don't know, maybe
Well, that's a great question. I need to think about it. I had a Pink Floyd poster, Dark Side of the Moon. I had, one of these Salvador Dali posters. I always loved the English painter W. Waterhouse. And the Lady of Shalott, I remember I had on my wall. I'm trying to think of like specific people that I had. I think it ended a little bit more in the artist direction, the people who are kind of iconic artists of a particular generation, and people who did things that I would say like have an eternal quality to them. Like you still look back in 100 years later, and you're like, oh wow, that person really did something magnificent.
So you started with college, and poetry, and then all of a sudden from day one you joined the theater. Like, where's the jump? How did it happen?
It's a very simple thing, actually. Unlike, well, there's no NFTs at the time, right? So I couldn't make money from selling NFTs as an artist. And there is some good NFT markets for poetry today, by the way. I was looking at some of the Tezos stuff, there's actually some things, but for my entire life, basically, I did not expect that I would be able to make money as a poet. And so I decided that it's much better to have a career building things as an engineer or computer science, because I was pretty good at that. And the building blocks are usually pretty obvious. I was kind of an enterprise side too, so people come to you, they say, I need this and I want that, and can we do this? Like for example, one of the things I architected before was I think the leading application software for colleges and universities in the US. So if you are basically applying to go to college, probably at least something using the software that I was involved in designing. Kind of straightforward. Poetry is hard sometimes. For some people they really get engaged, and other people they don't. I certainly look for places though where people are more engaged. And I'm glad it's finally coming to the crypto community as well. It's been kind of a long time for me.
Maybe just support us a little bit with a little bit of applause so I know you listen.
Microphone. Chair.
Whoopsie. Okay, so I know that you've got the first ever Ethereum grant to build
Yeah.
Let's have a graph.
Basically, I mean, the Ethereum bursary program, I guess it's called, or the Dev Grants program, had like just been announced, or was sometimes I seem to get into this conceptual state, and I work with like green research, but it's like the idea is like, oh, we should, grant, for developers, and somehow I'm in the room at that particular moment, and the talk are like, well, if you want to do a grant, then probably do it for a browser extension wallet, because to me, and this is just obvious at the time, that people were going to be consuming apps, through the browser and not downloading. Maybe not that they wouldn't download, but that it would just be the preferred way of interacting with them.
Why do you think Y Combinator didn't deliver it? Did the open source before?
Well, it's very interesting because Y Combinator rejected us with a well-written note, and I was rereading it recently, and they said, and I was reflecting on it as well, because they said, we don't know why people would trust it. How are you going to build trust? And I think it's still an interesting and relevant topic for the Web3 community, because there's a lot of professional fillers and excited people in Web3, but there's also a lot of people outside of Web3 who really don't trust what's happening, or that what they're told is actually accurate, and all of that. So I think obviously 21 million monthly users, or whatever the number is today, is a good number. It's very successful for the crypto community, but I think there's a lot more trust that still needs to be built before we get to like the gaming mass. I don't know if you saw what happened recently, but 800 million.
What happened?
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh well, I think the latest Call of Duty game just got like $800 million in sales on the opening weekend or something like that. And these top games each have 100 million active users. They're a scale beyond where the crypto community has gone so far as user engagement. And I think to get to that scale, that trust issue that Y Combinator mentioned still really has to be solved.
Who knew about this? Raise your hand. All right. Thank you. Well, initially you were also skeptical about Bitcoin. Why did you think that crypto was a nerd's play only, and how did history of cyber made
well, you read a lot of interesting technical projects when you read the technical news, and Bitcoin seemed very interesting when I first read about it. I just didn't think it would get a lot of adoption outside of this sort of small community that really cared about these things. But I became convinced for a couple of reasons, and one of them was trying to build my own startup in the digital currency space and payments space, and realizing how impossible it was to get past some of the regulations. It was like there was no innovation, legal, possible, whatever. I spent years and tons of my own money basically trying to solve the problem, and it was complete failure. So that was one thing, and then when you look back at the history of e-cash, digital cash systems, and e-gold, you see that this is like a common problem with what happened. And so really this peer-to-peer model was the only solution, and it was an absolutely brilliant prop to Sudoku and all the people who came up.
what is Metaverse? You think it's very specific concept? I know you
Yeah, Metaverse is a platform for creating your own world, and sharing it with people. So, and we have by far the most fully featured version of that, because we don't just give you, a plot of land. We give you the ability to create your own life forms inside of it, and your own, cities and villages. It's at a scale much larger than anyone else has been doing or really even thinking of so far. And we also are working with a lot of the top physicists and mathematicians in the world at the moment to design this structure that makes it kind of like a multiverse. Rather than just being metaverse, you kind of into basically where you can look into different possible futures that would exist, and kind of time travel, and basically a lot of very exciting things that it's going to lead to. Very exciting future for people who want to build it.
Now you spend a lot of time studying not only computer science, but also people's emotions, neuroscience, how society works. In your interviews, you say that Facebook everything makes people not happy and it's apocalyptic problem. But you bring the digital world itself. Don't you think you are connected with the people also? Can you really create an evil?
It's a big challenge. I wrote this thing. I have a list of hard problems in crypto economics, hard problems in metaverse, and one of them is exactly this. I put it to the MIT community and see if anyone would help solve it. But it is exactly that. Is there a way to optimize for the learning ability? We can go back to the things so that people are actually enjoying the process and learning that it always stays, in as part of the picture, as opposed to just optimizing on the profitability. Because, with profitability, you always have this kind of dark side where you can try and get the most attention and the most eyeballs, but you can basically, for lack of a better way of saying it, you can make people dumber along the way, or you can make them more insecure, right? And so, Instagram, for example, I think one of the dark sides of that, and that increased the suicide rate, basically, quite measurably, is that people are getting their identity out of it, so they're drawn back to it, but it's a very unhealthy pattern. So I do hope that we can solve that, and I think it is one core principle that probably.
Do you think you can solve that and take a price? The problem
Privacy is a huge problem. I looked at dozens of solutions, and it seems to be a mix of consumer hardware that would need to exist, that would be distributed and support some kind of data enclave and the right incentives. And crypto people are really good at incentives, often not as good at hardware. So they, use stuff that's kind of been built by other things, or maybe it's the number of years it takes to build a good hardware solution or something like that. But I am hopeful that it will be solved because there's a number of new business models that could exist, and I certainly believe in the value of private, secure, encrypted, authorized information.
I know that.
Guys, please forgive me, but only the 30 seconds left. Please.
30 seconds.
Last question, and we are ready for next one.
You're bad boy.
Yeah, I know I'm bad.
Oh my god. Okay. So, you are employed. Can you please read something of yours?
Yeah, well, it's convenient because I was just launching this metaverse, and they gave me a special poem related to it because it's called Plantiverse, and it's for interspecies communication. It's actually supposed to facilitate our communication with the plant world through NFTs, and they move around, and you can interact with them in various ways through the metaverse. And they gave a founding poem of this metaverse, so I'll read it for you. The time has come, O plants, to rise, to open all bright and curious eyes, to own thyself with joy and pride, for we will never be denied. With digital vegetable autonomy, now dawns interspecies autonomy. We're in a private beta right now, so if you need access and you have a metaverse to build, we can give you access. More announcements will be coming soon.
Okay, and the last question that I ask all my guests: who would you interview if you were
That's a great question. I think we should find someone who bridges the gaming art space in crypto, and one person in particular who is an artist and also a close friend of mine for many years is Android Jones, who was one of the first people to do that, and has this very amazing sense of multiple layers throughout his work. So I would recommend what brought him into crypto and how he do it.
Thank you. So this was Balance Show, an entertainment talk show about Web3. I'm Queen Badass, and we will see me with another story soon. Please give a round of applause to Joel.
Guys, we'll see them all around. Take their contact. They're here for you. Thank you. So we're waiting next panelist. Please go on the stage. So let's welcome Gabriela. She will lead the panel.
Mine doesn't work. No.
It works, any problem. You just have to give us the content, please.
Perfect. Hello everyone. Nice to see you, all of you still here. So my name is Gabriela. I'm organizing World Crypto Conference next year in Switzerland, in Zurich. The dates are January 13-15, so all of you are welcome to visit beautiful Switzerland. So today we are going to be talking about how actually to bridge traditional businesses and crypto space. So first of all, we can start with introductions, what everyone is doing, so everyone is on the same page. So would you like to start telling what is it that you do?
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi everybody, my name is Jean-Nicolas Guinard. I'm a co-founder and CEO at Wacme Studio. We are a tech Web3 agency based in Paris, and we help brands, a lot of brands, mostly in France, to move into the Web3, and we integrate all the technical stuff for them, so to make sure it's very easy. As much as possible for consumer or collaborators to use the tools that we're developing with them.
Hello everybody, I'm Clement Chenikov, and I'm part of the Special Projects team under R&D department of Unity Foundation. Basically what I do is I run experimental initiatives to expand the internet access.
Yeah, hey everyone, my name is Mario Alves. I'm the CEO and co-founder of TechEye Labs. We're basically a studio that creates Web3 developer tooling, mostly known for our hackathon platform. And recently, we've also acquired another company, and we have another product more focused on the bounty side of things, so open source development bounties. And yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Perfect. So we have a beer market now, right? So quite a lot of people are leaving a space, and a lot of disappointment, and people are angry. So what keeps you being in the market still in such conditions? What drives you now?
Well, as everybody, I think we're here for the tech. You know? This is what we say in bear market when we don't have anything else to say. But no, it's definitely here also to make money and building more stuff for people. But it's very hard actually. It's really hard, and a lot of work has still to be made. So I don't know about you.
Yeah, so for me personally and for our team, tech is important for sure. But what I agree with is that there's lack of product in Web3 in general. So when we were running through bull markets, there was a lot of exciting aspects of being in the market apart from product, and now we are being bearish. There's like survivors are those that have solid business model in place or have some real working MVP, and that's why we're building something or some projects or products with some business acumen and that actually makes sense to the end user and not just for speculation.
Right. I have one follow-up question for you. How do you manage expectations of users? Because it's quite hard, not all the things are working like we are supposed to work in the bull markets, and people come into sort of platforms or trading strategies or DeFi protocols, and they say like, oh, it still keeps dropping, and they are even more disappointed. So how to manage expectations?
Exactly. So, like, how to manage expectations? What I'm really looking forward to in five to 10 years from now is to have a product on your phone that you're gonna use like Instagram on a daily basis without even knowing that there's NFT or like crypto behind it. That's where we had, and that's where we need currently, right? And for now, it's just mainly about crypto guys and enthusiasts and ladies, of course. They're more nerdy in a way and see things through that mass adoption user kind of audience couldn't. So how to validate those users? Making the product that sticks, that actually delivers value apart from like just that is not anchored to the price. If you look at the stake in or Ethereum, for example, why Rocket Pool and Lido are so well represented, like that raises concerns of the centralization of Ethereum network staking. But at the end of the day, the reason is just because Rocket Pool and Lido managed to deliver the product that was meaningful to mass users.
What we would say in that case?
Yeah, I would say that bull runs bring the next wave of people in order for us to start reaching mass adoption, but I wouldn't say that anyone leaves at them. Like, I would say that they stick around, probably having their head stuck in the sand and hiding a little bit, but they're still here, you know. And at least for me, which I'm in the developer ecosystem, we actually have more people building stuff on a bear market, and we also have companies and organizations in the space trying to do more hackathons and more bounties, also doing bear market, because they also see that it's a perfect opportunity to start bringing people in when there is not that much traffic of people getting in. So I would say it's actually a good moment for us. I don't want to like jinx it, but yeah, it's a good moment for us, and it's great to see like that the adoption is just not in terms of finance or money, but other things, other products that are in the market that are equally relevant in my opinion.
Yeah, totally agree. That's a perfect time for building. Everyone's agreed.
And it's cheaper now.
Exactly.
All right, so let's talk a little bit. So, what we actually have to do to bring more Web3 into traditional business, because in the conference that we do, this is the main topic of what we're going to be talking about. I'm myself more involved into financial world, into how to bring more crypto into traditional financial companies, which I see all of them are rushing, at least we are interested in understanding what kind of instruments they could be using, and some of them really want to be super traditional and only trade Bitcoin and Ethereum, for example. So how do you bring more Web3 into traditional? What is it exactly that you do? Maybe you could share some use cases or what you did before? Or...
Yeah, well, if we talk about like businesses as companies, right? Entities, they are very interested, like they want to know more about this Web3 thing, they want to know more about the NFT. I mean, we're mostly focused on NFT, not DeFi and everything, so mostly on NFTs. So they're curious to know how it works, what they can do with it, so they're just, you know, playing around and trying to figure out what they can really like build in the long term. And this is also part of the work that we provide for these brands. We work with them to design a great strategy for not only the next 3 months, but the 3 years or 5 years to come, which is hard. But so that's the business side. But from the consumer side, this is really, really tough. It's even like harder than for business, because businesses, they just see other business coming in the Web3, and so they're like, okay, I don't want to miss the opportunity, so let's try something else. Let's try something in the Web3. But for a consumer, it's really hard actually to, especially in the bear market, when you're saying, okay, I've launched this NFT project, I'm a brand like Lacoste, if you look at Lacoste, for example, in France, or L'Oréal, or this brand with whom we work with, it's quite really hard to make sure that the end consumer is going to understand the added value of the NFT. So this is why we're talking a lot about utility in NFTs. But yeah, it looks like you know, like a mirage, like something that we don't see like in real life for the end consumer. I don't know about you, how you see the bring more not only business but also consumer, because business is quite easy at the end.
Well, yeah, for business, it's all about cash flow then, or the monthly perspective, right? And how do you make a model that actually makes sense? And it's interesting how many corporates are missing out in Web3 just because they don't get it, right? And that's the nature of it. For the users, like in startups, just finishing up with the business side of things, for startups, like it's hard to get project off the ground in the bear market. And in the bull market, attention span is pretty low, and it's pretty short for people in this community. So then it's too noisy. So there should be a balance of when is the right time for you as a startup to launch to bridge from. Actually, something that Ilya from ER said recently was really interesting, that they are the project for, they're the chain for Web 2.5 businesses that have existed business model that operate well in Web 2, but then they need a little bit of magic powder of Web 3, and that seems to be working pretty well. But for the users, is what is the infrastructure? What is the ease of the app? Do I need to remember my seed phrase? Do I need my face identification? What do I need to get it as frictionless as possible and lower down the entry barrier for, like, tell me like I'm 5, show me the product that my grandma used. So something of that sort, I think, would really help to accelerate this bridge from Web 2 to Web 3.
Well, from my perspective, I think it's basically a matter of education. So everyone speaks about user experience and all of that, but if you compare creating an account on Facebook or whatever, you have like 3, 4, or 5 different steps. You need to create your account using your email, then selecting your username, your password, verify your account through your email, verify through your mobile phone. So it's actually not that simple to create an account on any product out there. However, creating a wallet, for example, it's actually pretty straightforward. But of course, you need to know what are private keys, what are public keys, what are all of those, right? So if you can pass that level of education, I think it becomes better. So for me, for organizations, I would say that they're pretty much concerned of the unknown and going into a market that they don't know if it's going to be the right fit for them. So what we usually tell them is, it's okay, let's start with something that is not your core business and move from there. So thinking about the recent partnership that Polygon did with Starbucks for their loyalty program, that's a cool thing to do, right? It's not the core business of Starbucks, but still it's moving them into the Web3 space. And for consumers, well, we're dealing mostly with developers, but we built this tooling so that JavaScript developers, so web developers, could use it and create smart contracts without knowing how to create one. So creating these frameworks that helps them navigate into the space is also pretty important and part of the education process.
Yeah, that's really interesting because, you know, like, I can see like a sort of paradox in the ecosystem right now. And I can't figure out which part is right, because I often hear that, you know, we need more education, we need people to understand about the private keys and tokens and everything, the NFT. And the other side, we have, like what you just say, and I agree with you also, so that's why it's a paradox. Like, we need to make sure that UX is really smooth, it's very easy, it's very, like, you don't have any friction in terms of user interface. But then you would hide somehow the wallet, you would hide the NFT, you would hide the blockchain thing. So you kind of return into a Web 2 user experience, and you don't invite people to get educated about Web 3. You see what I'm saying? So this is like also a balance, I think, and I don't, personally, I don't I don't see how we can manage to do both. Like, if you look at Starbucks, I think they're going to use wallet custody, and no one will care about if it's NFT. I think.
Exactly. So that's my point, right? Starbucks and Polygon is a great example. But those people, they've got massive user base. That's example for Polygon. For Near, it's Sweatcoin that had massive user base, and then they onboarded them to Web3. So it's not only good for, so it's better for, it's not only good for Web2 business or traditional operations, corporations, but for Web3 as well, because your network is having more users. Like, why not? But it all comes down to that initial kickoff. You have that out of those millions and millions of users of that loyalty program on Starbucks, they maybe just like, let's say 10% is going to know about Polygon. Oh, I heard it's trying to blockchain. What blockchain is that? Oh, Polygon. And that's a great like brand awareness for Polygon and for future builders to come up and build something just like loyalty program on Starbucks.
Yeah, but it's a starting point, right? So
Sure,
it's a way for them to get to know what NFTs are, of course, without having to grasp all of the technical knowledge, and then comes the education part. So for me, it's some sort of paradox, but at the same time, it's a mixed strategy. So you cannot just turn Web 2 person into a fully Web3 in just 1 hour, like a 1 hour course. It's impossible, right? But if you can like approach their world and their daily lives and start exposing them into that, I think that helps.
Also, something that I found really funny with all the brands that we work with is that they want somehow to keep the control on the NFT. So I don't know about you, when you are, like they're, okay, we're going to launch an NFT project, but let's say I have one user who is, I don't know, doing bad things in real life. I want to make sure that I still have the control on the NFT, so I can like stop the wallet or deactivate the wallet, the custodial wallet, which is not something that you can do if you have like a decentralized wallet. But as we just say, Starbucks and all these brands are going to use custodial wallets, so they can technically deactivate the wallet. So it's not very decentralized, but that's also
a really good question. We cannot just stop talking about it, right?
Yes, we can keep talking about that a lot. So we will be issuing NFTs as well as the tickets during our conference.
Exactly.
Yeah? Cool, so I can see all the signals that we have to finalize, unfortunately. So yeah, it was very great to see all of you. And yeah, see you in Zurich next year.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Let applause them. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good day. My name is Milagro Santamaria, and I will be moderating this panel about DAOs and uprising in governments. I am a lawyer. I'm also COO of Tokenize IT. We work on legal and tech solutions of Web3 for companies, NGOs, and governments. Today we have a very interesting panel to debate this idea that for all of us, or most of us at least, is quite complicated to call it like that. The panel will be around 30 minutes for about 2 or 3 questions, and ideally we have the time a question by the audience. I will please ask so far the panelists to introduce themselves, a little bit of what they're doing, and therefore we could start. What do you guys think?
I'm Nicholas, I'm co-founder of Cube.org, blockchain, we're building a universal governance system for Web3. And one of our focus areas is to provide a full governance system without.
All right, GM, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I know we've had a long day, a long week, so really appreciate all of you hanging out to listen to us talk about DAOs. My name is Evan McMullen, and I lead the team at Disco, where we are your identity for the metaverse. So we are the purveyors of fine data backpacks so that you can carry data about yourself from physical spaces to Web2 applications, chat channels, collaboration tools, and Web3 across blockchains. I'm really excited for today's discussion.
Hi guys, my name is George Callahan. I'm a founder of DAOs. That's a decentralized autonomous venture organization who is working with the startup,
incubate the startups. We are making our own launchpad, and we are growing and building our own ecosystem working in the DAO model and the fully distributed model in the venture capital industry. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason Peter Stevens, and founder of the 12 Buck Flows, which is basically a consultancy, an incubator, an accelerator for everything around sustainable development goals. And we really focus on aggregating the best minds in the world around the problems and aggregating that knowledge and sharing best practices.
Thank you very much, guys, for the introduction. And I think we can start with a question that has a lot to do with DAOs. We know it has to do with governance, and sometimes it can bring a little bit of debate of what's going actually right now in the system. And that is related to governance. What is true decentralization, and actually how many DAOs in the ecosystem are truly decentralized? Could you please start, Nicholas?
Sure. So from my perspective, true decentralization is to go beyond code is law. So we have code is law, everything that you can code is amazing. But the challenges start whenever there's a question that you can't answer with yes or no. So whenever there's a more complex governance required, and I think that's what a lot of DAOs are actually struggling with. That's one. The second one is like when you have a decision of within your DAO of community, how do you make sure that this is actually executed according to the will of whoever took that question?
So, to be a little spicy here, let's say that DAOs are alive. DAOs do not exist. We have dynos. We have DAOs in name only. We have centralized group chats with decentralized bank accounts. And so this means that the places where we gather, where we coordinate our conversations, Telegram, Discord, Twitter, email, Google Drive, Snapshot, all of these tools are centralized, and that is where conversation coordination takes place. And so until we have a decentralized stack on which to build, DAOs will largely be a thought experiment of human coordination. And so in addition to my work at Disco, I'm also co-founder of Dow Jones, which is an investment DAO, and an advisor to Voice Club, a global community of women and non-binary people in Web3. And one of the challenges that we run into in our practice for both those organizations is how might we better embrace the principles of our crypto ecosystem and the autonomy that our keys provide when we are hamstrung for human coordination and centralized tools. So really excited about how we can fully embrace that sort of full stack decentralization and coordinate around more than just public financial assets. So hopefully we'll get into that discussion a little bit later. But for now, I think there are no sufficiently decentralized DAOs for the most part because of the tools required to coordinate votes and treasury allocation.
I think every DAO will go a few steps before being fully decentralized. And in the start of this year, the beginning of this year, Jacob was made the document where we'll say about the hyperstructures. That's practical structures, and they say that seven things which will be every DAO if we say what they fully decentralized DAO. That's the first one. That's a first of all, that's actionable. That's a free, valuable, expensive, permissionless. And if some DAO make the 7 from 7 points, then it can be fully decentralized. But nobody can make the decentralized autonomous organization in the start of the development. We should make the step 0, making the development. Step 1, grow the community. And only step 2, change the model for the decentralized.
I totally agree. I think progressive decentralization is the practice where we start off with actually achieving goals as a collective of human beings, and then we must decentralize under the hood. But if we don't, we will persist as dinos.
In this moment, maybe we have only. Oh, sorry. In this moment, we have only few DAOs who are working in the fully decentralized. And in case we have an EOS blockchain, we must change the block one and now there's a fully decentralized blockchain. And maybe that can be one of the most popular case in the decentralization. Because as you know, the EOS case, that's the first case in the world where the community can change the founders. And as you know, Block 1 now, that's not founders of the, I don't know what they are founders, but they are not in the governance of the EOS. That's how the governance and community change the founders if they don't working for the fully decentralized.
I find it very interesting how you noted two things that are in the road of making, finding the right tools or building the right tools for DAOs to actually to get to decentralization as a matter of seeing it as a creative of how you get to decentralization, and a proper roadmap depending on the type of DAO what you're trying to do, and to empathize on the fact that you're, as what you're saying, we're building, we're creating, and how to optimize and get there. Any other comments on that?
Yeah, of course. I think we should have some tools for the making decentralized autonomous organization, but not like tools 1.0. I mean Aragon or Gnosis, because that's a multi-sig wallets, but that's not the real tools for the making big decentralized autonomous organization in any different industries.
I think one of the big challenges in doing that, and can very much relate to what you just said, is that this industry is really focused on coding things. And there are only so many things you can code. So I think we need to go beyond that, to go beyond code as low and understand how we can, in a decentralized fashion, do these more things, because it's hard. It's really hard to, in a decentralized way, form decisions and then execute them that are a little more complex than anything you can answer with yes or no.
I completely agree. And right now, the only activity that we can coordinate as a DAO in a trust minimized way is treasury allocation. So we can pool capital and we can spend it. Largely, the way that voting works is a plutocracy. Who has more money and therefore more opinion? Now we can do, how long have we held the tokens, what kinds of non-financial work have you performed in the DAO to assume a role, but for the most part, we are only coordinating around public financial assets, which means that we do not have the data required to coordinate around reputation, to have voting that is weighted by aptitude and expertise and not by financial holdings.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's like that is one of the main aspects, it's like everybody's focusing on just voting with a token, but what do we do when it comes to the question of like one person, one vote, reputation, these kind of things that are required to avoid.
I'm so glad that you asked. I think one of the really exciting things that's sort of coming to a head right now, sort of the perfect storm in Web3, is that we have hit a ceiling of fun and utility that we can coordinate around money alone, right? We are bored of plutocracy. And so if we want to be able to, play more complex coordination games, right? Design a product, throw a party, have an event such as the one today, we need to know who in the DAO is a party planner, who's a DJ, who's a speaker, who knows something about data infrastructure. And right now we cannot signal that on chain because blockchains, public ledgers, are not an appropriate place for data that describes us because we are human beings. And so, the sort of advent of new primitives, things like decentralized identifiers, verifiable credentials, signed attestations that can move from Web 2 to Web 3 across chains, give us the perfect vehicle to be able to encompass these kinds of proofs of non-financial work and contribution to DAOs. So, for example, evidence that you've written a newsletter, evidence that you organized the speakers for today. And so by starting to build with these new primitives, captured in a form that can be legible both to smart contracts and applications and even physical spaces, we are starting to get the toys and tools that we need to play these more complex games. And I know that some of you guys are thinking more about very complex coordination games and DAOs, things like ESGs and inclusion, ensuring that we have an appropriately diverse set of people so that our DAO operators are not just the same hey dudes on Twitter with a bunch of tokens.
Thank you, Evan. And understanding how you just mentioned the fact that the different projects that speakers are here also managing, maybe I could also do a very generic question that we're but with a very interesting answer on understanding these pain points of what is being done right now and how to solve them. Where do you think governance is actually going as given the hammer?
I'm happy to hop in. Yeah, so I think governance, like I said, is moving to a more sophisticated form than simply token holdings. I think a lot of DAOs have realized that they don't want randos from the internet to just buy their way into leadership, or at least that leaves us with a pretty limited set of capabilities, not a very nuanced governance structure, if that is indeed the case. So I think identity and reputation, a decentralized data layer that informs how governance is practiced, is definitely going to lead us forward into the next phase of DAOs.
I agree to that, and in addition, I mean, you always have to think about governance in like 3 steps. You always need a set of rules that is transparent and effective, and it's executable. You need some sort of execution mechanism, and you need a dispute resolution mechanism. That's what we are trying to do. Have this in a cooperative way, really linked together, and then what we call QID is an ID system to make sure that you can cater for different kinds of voting. But you always need those 3 different elements, where today you find one element here, one element there, but they're not.
Don't you guys find it a little bit interesting that the 3 elements that you just mentioned sound very much alike, legally speaking, to whatever privilege you have to actually have a good governance code in the right? But beyond the comment, we only have about 2 or 3 minutes left. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to ask a question to the panel, please get your hands up. Then I can ask the final question that would be, do you think that anytime soon there's going to be kind of governmental support for DAOs to organize themselves, even for governance or the like?
If we look to the United States, we can see places like Wyoming that are already recognizing DAO LLCs as appropriate legal structures. Yeah, but again, we do not have the data required to orchestrate more than plutocratic, group chats and bank accounts. So we're going to need some additional capabilities and equipment possible.
Yeah, 100%. On that, we've got a lot of government work. We're looking at governments with regulation as a solution to this problem. So I think we can start to see countries like the Philippines, for instance, now really supporting the DAO economy and looking at actually free trade zones. I think we can see next year as multiple countries under free trade zone act price tax protection, privacy protection, regulatory government, and multiple nations in terms of next year with the statement tokens of the resident of all those countries and sovereignty issues.
In my case, I have 2 working cases. One of them that's delivered in Wyoming, and in that states you can open the company, and the owner of that company can be a wallet, and that wallet can be the deploying of the smart contract of the old DAO, and that will be non-profitable organization owner from wallet, and that's the first case. And another case where we're working, that's Luxembourg. And you can open the special limited partnership in Luxembourg, and that will be same as a corporation, and that company can be fully decentralized and use the blockchain technologies for the voting and for all of the things and tools which using we in DAOs. And that's a working case. But first of all, I think the Wyoming and Delaware in this moment for the fully decentralizing that's best choice, because now, as I say, never you can't founding the company where the founder built the wallet, but in Delaware and Wyoming it's possible now, and that's for 10 minutes, and as I know for 35 that that's for stable purpose.
I would also suggest that if any of you are interested in being able to see DAOs who are in practice in your local governments, talk to your representatives. They work for you, they represent you, and so if you want to see that happen in your local community, reach out to their offices and let them know.
As a practical example, I'm just going to add, I mean, we are regulated, or have regulatory clearance in Liechtenstein and Germany for the very fact that the organization is decentralized. So that was one of the main arguments that they had, but they were really, really tiny and really looking into which content essentially gave us regulatory clearance.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, as well for the speakers. It's been very rich and very entertaining to hear you and understand all the things that are being developed from the technical, from the legal, and financial point of view. Thank you, everyone, and Samus.
Hi everybody. Do you know what we say at the Web3 conference when it's 5 p.m.? You just say good morning. So good morning everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, hope you're doing well. You know, I will invite you to take a seat. Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Nice to see you. Nice to see
you.
everybody. So welcome to this panel. We have the chance, you know, just to introduce quickly myself, I'm John. Your attention, please. Come on.
Guys, come closer.
Everybody here, we need your attention and you are allowed to take a seat. Thank you very much. So let's start. We're here to talk about art. Just to introduce myself, I'm John. I'm organizing NFT events, one in Lisbon called the Non-Fungible Conference. And I have the chance to be with two great people to talk basically about NFTs and art. And so, yeah, let's start with Nadia, maybe. So Nadia from snap.art, that is basically, you know, they've been pioneering, I would say, the NFT world since 2018, and they will talk a bit more about what they're doing now, but basically they are creating technologies that let people do dynamic NFTs. Am I right?
You're right. You're right. Thank you, John, and it's a pleasure being here. Amazing location, amazing people, amazing crowd. And yes, I represent Snark.art and portrayal director, and we just recently launched a new platform that's called OG.art that is focused on dynamic NFTs, as well as we provide businesses like B2B solution that called OG protocol that allows businesses to create loyalty program and ticketing, so just to expand the business. And I would like to say that since we have been experimenting with blockchain technology as an artistic medium since 2018, I see a big shift from, let's say, NFT. We started when there was not such a word NFT even yet. We called it blockchain art, crypto art, whatever. And now, of course, from just being an NFT as NFT like proof of ownership or delivery, like the way how it's the digital art delivered into your crypto wallet, I think we are now at a stage when we could co-create. NFT allows co-create and create a very exceptional, personalized experience for collectors.
So that's really interesting. We will come back to that, and I think, you know, it's a key topic. And so we have the chance also, you know, to have with us, you know, Marina, the CEO and the co-founder of Arstid. Marina, so Arstid, if I'm not wrong, is also a platform that started with fine art and that lets artists and collectors to get insights, basically, about their collection and what they create. Am I right?
Yes, exactly. Good morning once again, everyone. So yes, I'm a CEO founder at arsta.com. And what we do is provide insight not only into physical art market, so we started as a Web 2 turned Web 3, turned everything all together company. And so we do still physical art, so painting, sculpture, photography, any type of physical art you can think of. We have creators making that, and also creating NFTs as part of our offering. And yeah, we provide exclusive insight that's based on our proprietary tech. We analyze a number of metrics connected to exhibition history, connected to media features, social media engagement rates, price points, previous sales, and so many other tiny metrics that all together combined, they provide this insight into who is the next future art market star.
Thank you very much. So, I'm really happy, to have both of your projects because, as we say, the NFT started, the NFT market started with art, basically, and it basically boomed in 2021, with these people sell. And at this moment, we had this paradigm that was defined that is basically everybody can see it, but only one owns it, and it worked pretty well for visual art and to let people understand what it is, but it was just the first step, I would say. And what is interesting, of course, with NFTs and with what you're doing is that, basically you are bringing data. You can bring data from the real world, bring data from communities, bring data from, I don't know, different kind of things to, use this for the art and to make it evaluate, or for the benefit, I would say, of collectors and artists. So, maybe Nadia, you can just explain a bit more, because I think this concept of dynamic NFTs is, could be complex to understand. Maybe you can give an example, for people.
Yeah, actually, dynamic NFTs now are kind of like a trendy thing. Many people speak about dynamic, but many people think their own way how it should be dynamic. Sometimes you hear when people say like, okay, this is metaverse, it's real life experience. It's a scan and it's kind of like represents some activities. But dynamic, it's not just because the figures or objects they are moving. Actually, dynamic, when we say dynamic, it means that the NFT is keep transforming after the creation and sale event. So it can keep transforming entirely, actually, but depending on the creators, you can figure it out, the time frame when you let this NFT evolve and grow. So, and the most exciting thing is that dynamic NFTs is a collaborative project. So every collector or every participant becomes a co-creator, because let's say with our first project, OG Crystals, we created 10,300 seeds of crystals. Then when you buy a seed of a crystal, it goes into your crypto wallet and it reads its data in your crypto wallet, parameters, how old this crypto wallet is, what assets are there. And depending on those parameters, the first part of the crystals was developed. In order to make it grow, you had to sell it to another crypto wallet. And it reads data of another crypto wallet and another part of crystal is developed. So depending on our latest project, last week we just sold out the project Life in Our Minds by Random International and Daniel Krivaruchko with Face Gallery, collaboration with Face Gallery. So that we incorporated and influenced the different behavior of the collectors. We asked collectors to hold their own NFT for 100 days. So depending on the parameters of the crypto wallet, this NFTs, there is a randomization, of course, happening as well. It will grow and become more richer depending on parameters and patience of the collector. So I think there is still kind of like not full potential of dynamic NFTs understood by both art market and as well as businesses, because it's not just only for art, but also it's a great use case for businesses to create their programs of loyalty or how they could cooperate and collaborate with clients.
So if I understand well, me as an artist or potentially as a company, I can create new kind of living NFTs, and so this like it's kind of a living organism that can change, so visually and in terms of data,
yep,
depending on some behaviors.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Internal, external data, and as well as
it's the future, no?
Co-create. It can influence everything like fashion, architecture, I don't know, metaverses as well, everything. Yeah.
And everything we do is data.
It's
so at the end of the day,
yes, it's a big game changer for art and for other industries.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we're talking about data, and I think also this is interesting, Marina, because maybe you can give an example about, how you use data to help artists, with, their career or their strategy, basically.
Yeah, I guess here we take a step back. I mean, I love what Nadia and Snugart doing with utility that's behind dynamic NFTs. But another important aspect is that at Artstead we believe that physical art and painting and photography and sculpture are not going away. They're going to live in the future and coexist with new digital art, with dynamic NFTs. And so we encourage our users and our artists to sort of plug into this new system, but also work in their usual media. Like someone who is a painter, they continue to be a painter, they may explore NFTs, and we encourage that mix of things. And we also believe that artists that are now being born, so to quote, they are entrepreneurs. So they're people who no longer need galleries or dealers because there's plenty of variety of platforms to sell both physical and digital NFT art. So with that perspective, we really want to create track record and career recognition and something that replaces almost an art advisor and replaces the art dealer with a chart or with some online page that says, so this artist has a career history that goes this and that, they've had this exhibition, and here's why their price is this. So end goal is, of course, to disintermediate to the maximum.
I understand. So, it's basically because the point is you could be lost in the middle of all the opportunities and everything that exists. So you guide them basically and give them more understanding of all the pricing and maybe as a collector also, is it a good moment to buy or is it a good price basically?
Yeah, exactly. And we still do it connected both to physical world and digital world. So, I mean, painting is not going anywhere. I'm not sure if you.
Absolutely. No, I like what you do because you actually like educate and help. You educate an audience and help artists to be the career. And this is the part of the ecosystem, and definitely the NFT and digital art doesn't really replace the real art. It's just an extra experience and niche.
Awesome. So I just wanted to know before we close, just to let people, if they want to get more information and to find a project, what is the best way, to be in touch with your project, basically?
It's easier with our project because we have that beautiful screen. You can scan the last one with crystals, and you can scan QR code there. You will go directly to our OG.art platform, and there is you will find my contact there. Nadia Taiga, and it's easy, and Taiga, OG.art, and on Twitter as well, Nadia Taiga, so it's easy.
Thank you. And you, Marina?
Yes, same for us. You can look us up. It's artstead.com. And me on LinkedIn, Twitter, everywhere else is just my name.
Perfect. So thank you very much for this insightful talks. And yeah, I recommend all of you, to watch this project because this is really, the way NFT art will go in the next few months, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi Bruno, welcome back. Hi everyone, so we're going to talk about Web 3.0 creator economic movement to Web 3. My name is Yun from Point 360, and here is our panelist. I would like to introduce you is Milton, Bruno, and Laura. So please introduce to the audience what do you guys do, what's your background?
So I can start. So my name is Laura Arcade. I'm one of the co-founders at Picada, and we're kind of at the crossroads between fintech and crypto. And we're trying to basically bring crypto asset management to retail investors. So we're bringing algorithmic trading, managed investment strategies to retail investors.
So my name is Bruno. Sorry for my voice. I make a lot of network these last days, these 2 weeks. So I'm the founder of Chillbanks community and agency event in the Web3 in Lisbon. And in these last 7 months, I built this biggest community for proof the value of the all this system in the Web3, principally in Portugal, where I'm born. And my background is artist, enthusiast, a friendly of the nature, a human, a real human, and so welcome and thank you for coming to.
I am Milton Marderas. I am co-founder of Hyperlens, and I am helping create tools for creators and people to create anything in the digital as a digital layer over the physical world. And I'm very excited about this today.
Me too. And so it's a very interesting topic, I think, not just for us, but for many people. So basically, what is Web 3.0 means for creators and consumers. So I would love to know what kind of creator benefit most in terms of Web 3.0.
I think, if we take a step back and see what's been happening for the past 15 years, right? We've seen that the creator community is growing exponentially. So like we see why it's happening is because these tools are being created so that these creators can use them and easily create in the digital world. So we see, you know, when stories on Instagram was first introduced, the activity on Instagram doubled. Then we see TikTok in its first few months, it allowed people to create. People who weren't really video editors or content creators or anything like this, the tools that TikTok and Instagram created allowed for more people to get involved and to be a part of, you know, that community. And so you see TikTok has over 600 million users when it first came, you know, to be. So I feel like, you know, we need to, you know, to nurture this community and to help them grow. You know, we need to give them certain things that they do not have right now, like these tools to actually own what they create, to be able to really, you know, take a lot of ownership over their creation, their IP and everything. And I feel like this is going to affect so many different types of creators, from music, from making films, from art, and so many different other creators as well. You know, this is going to be very empowering for the community, and I feel like it's just natural, you know, course for everything for creators of Web 2 to move and migrate to Web 3.
Talking about empowerment, what kind of advantage do you guys think that how is it empowering the creative side, also the consumer side?
I guess from my side, I think obviously the profit sharing is a big empowerment in terms of the creator, right? So we see now that most creators, I think about like, I think 97.5% of YouTubers are not making enough money to, you know, live off of the content that they create on such a platform. And really only the top, you know, YouTubers, for instance, or the top content creators are able to make a living out of it. So I think I see the biggest opportunity in terms of profit sharing and enabling people who are, you know, passionate about creating content and sharing that content and building communities to actually get fairly rewarded for it. I think it's like one of the big, you know, opportunities.
I agree too. I give my feedback in this part. So, the most important things I feel is when you onboard in this market is really have the conscience for really keep the real education for the people when you want to create all this content in NFTs in these platforms. You give a real asset in this value for all this knowledge. But I feel I am. People in tell I'm still an influencer, so I use my case when I'm building my community I am super sensible for really what I give, or what I speak, or what I tell. It's really important, it's true. In this market, people sometimes have really fear for the reason is pumped. You speak a lot of numbers in TikTok, everything, but you have a part really important is where you need to touch really the point sensible of the space is give the truth of the people is important. When you're building these communities or when you bring these projects, every singular people need really have the conscience what it do. When I have started chill was so far. I want to create NFT membership for every singular people, for the 2,000 people who have my brand. But in some moment I stop it. Yeah, I feel, oh, I need to learn what is really an NFT membership, what is the value or where you go. So yes, it's super important. I feel is the future. So for all the markets, this technology of the blockchain and the NFT and everything.
Yeah, I definitely agree that is the future. You know, Web3 is the future for the creator community. But I also see a lot of problems. Like, we're very early on right now, and the technology is not there to actually deliver on a lot of the things, you know, for these artists and creators. Like we see NFTs, for instance, we hear that artists are allowed to, receive royalties for their creations. But in reality, I can take that art piece or NFT and move it from one wallet to another without paying absolutely any royalties. So there's still limitations with the technology today, and I definitely believe that this is the future and we're moving in the right direction. And there's other things as well. Like we're talking about community, right? And what is community? Because the lines between what is a community and who are customers have been blurred in this space. So we don't really even see what a real community is. Like we're making our community into our customers. And this is something that we really need to work on in this space. And I feel like people are starting to notice this now, especially in NFTs. We see music NFTs in the US like really get popular in California. We see $10 million funds right now empowering not the mainstream artists, but actually the up and coming, the people that are really just like not known, the underground, and it's empowering them because they're all coming together, and that's a community. That's a real community, and I feel like those are the communities that we really need to nurture, pay attention to, and really support. Because if we really want, to empower the individual, we really need to really like support these communities, help guide them, and really like distinguish between, the people who are here just for a quick buck and those who are really passionate about art, really passionate about creating, really passionate about empowering others, individuals, and even small businesses. Because we can't really like just talk about just individuals. There's these like even in fashion, which we haven't even really touched on, because they're creators too. There's fashion houses, there's small ones too. And I feel like Web3 is definitely the future for creators.
Okay. As you can see in the background here is the meta version of Web360 just launched, so visualizing the crypto data. So let's talk about one of those NFT on the screen. So let's say Boyle Yacht Club. So you can see it going down a little bit this month. And so what do you think about, for example, this is like a successful case study, right, that actually gone off. So Laura, what do you think about what is appealing about this NFT? Why it became so big and popular?
I mean, my background is in marketing, so I will definitely approach that from a brand building point of view as well. But I think, the playbook that they've used is not new. You create scarcity. They started with just, they only launched, 10,000 NFTs, right? That they minted, and they made them cool. And they, they were not approached, but they were also very much boosted by, celebrities. So there was kind of a perfect storm in terms of their timing, because such a collection didn't really exist at the time that they actually created it. Then it was really cool and it felt exclusive. And I think they really amped up that exclusive aspect. So not only is it a piece of art, but it's really beyond just an art collectible, right? Then they injected utility into it as well. By finding ways to continuously add values to the NFT, to whomever would own the NFT, either by buying it from their pre-sale or then on the secondary market. Because essentially, it's not only just a cool, nice NFT, nice to look at, but it also gives you access into a super exclusive community. And I think that's where they, in my opinion, really struggle, because that's something that a lot of people aspire to, that a lot of people can relate to. I think what was also very interesting is just not like a one-off. It's really kind of built into the DNA of kind of the upcoming or some of the other activities that they did, right? So I think one of the examples is that they created new NFTs at some point, kind of panel like the pets, so that everybody who owns, a Bored Ape NFT could also have a pet. And they did that, and they offered that for free to the current owners. But then those pets NFTs, or as in they're called product kennel club, then you're able to actually right now sell them on the secondary market for some very high amount of money. So basically, you get another kind of freebie from being part of that super exclusive community. They created catered super exclusive events live. They had like a massive event in Brooklyn where you have like top celebrities who were there. Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa, released an NFT mixtape that like usually 8 tracks, and that's only for board app owners. I think they really honed in onto that kind of exclusivity and like that utility aspect beyond just the collectible aspect of the NFT. I mean, in my opinion, that's why they were kind of really successful with what they did.
I agree.
Amazing. Thanks for summing it up. I think it's a topic that we can discuss for a lot more, but however, unfortunately, the panel is finished. So thank you so much for your contribution and being here. It's great speaking to you, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
So we're just going to continue to get started just swimmingly along here. As I come up on stage and hopefully request my phone. Check. There you go, we're all sitting here. So welcome everyone. Good afternoon. The time is early afternoon. It's a long day. Thank you for your attention and the listening. I'm going to quickly introduce myself and then pass it to Kathleen and Megan. I'm a Meta crypto coach. I'll leave you to check out my bio on my socials. Basically, I've been in this space for almost 10 years. I'm a technologist, so I have been in the space of technology for over 20 years. And this has been a real inspiration to be here as moderator for this fireside chat around the NFTs and the future use cases of NFTs, basically besides digital art or art for races. So I'm going to pass it over to Katrina, Megan, and Alana, and they can introduce themselves so that we can keep the conversation really cozy. And yeah, we didn't have the wine up here because they didn't allow us to have it. That's okay. So I'm going to pass it over to Katrina, then Megan, and Alana.
Hello, my name is Katrina Chernier. I'm CPO at WoW Summit. Thank you so much, everyone, for being there. I really appreciate having here all beautiful speakers around gathered to speak about NFTs. And yeah, I'm crypto since 2017. My journey started with the creation of artworks. One of them is on the screen, first one. So if you take a look at this artwork, it's my colleagues from Ukrainian Association of Video Artists. So we started when there was no term of NFT. But when I got into crypto, I just realized that, oh my God, what we're doing has been recognized and monetized, and that's why like the whole thing is related to NFTs. So I'm passing the word to Meg.
Thank you for having me here on this panel today. It's really cool to be together with some female OGs in the crypto space. I think that's awesome. My name is Megan Nelson. I go by Crypto Megan, and I've been in the space for quite a while too. It's my passion. I did a master in Spain in 2009 when Spain was digitizing brick and mortar. So it was kind of a little bit behind the States and stuff. So a few years later, they flew out some blockchain developers at our reunion. And I think what we all have in common here is that click moment when you think, wow, this is revolutionary, right? So that's what we're doing here, and that's why we're speaking here, because we want to advocate for this movement. So I started out managing my own portfolio in an investment side, and then I started giving lectures at the country club in Marbella, Spain, where we live, which is predominantly male white men, middle-aged white men, and I decided, this is cool. I'm consulting now for celebrities and companies, large portfolios, but I thought, I don't want all that knowledge reserved for the people at the top, so then I took their wives aside and said, why don't you do something with me? Like, we can do our own thing. And they immediately said, no, I don't do finance, I don't do tech. and I said, give me 30 minutes and let's just talk about this, you know, and then their face lights up when they realize they can do it. So now I'm on a world speaking tour to help educate, advocate for women, and join wonderful panels like these to propel the movement.
Thank you very much. So my name is Elena Yutina. I'm based in Switzerland, and since Switzerland is one of the best jurisdictions for crypto, NFT is also one of the topic of the regulation, which is also specialization of our company, as well as events and investments, and we help companies to grow tech companies precisely. So for me, when it comes to NFT, there are two bottlenecks which are important to discuss. Literally why NFT are important and what they represent, but I know that we had brilliant panels earlier today about that, about the IP rights, and way more than just digital art, which it can show and give us. And I also know that we will have DAOs and NFTs connected together later on today. And the second part is legislation. What is NFT? What does it represent? Is it security? Is it utility? And how to work with that. So all these topics are a little bit in our review and a constant care.
Thank you, ladies. I just wanted to literally say that this is an amazing conversation to have, especially in this format, because you brought up two very important things about the innovation and disruptive technology that we're sitting in this whole space right now. One of them I'm going to dovetail to what Megan was talking about, which seems to be a growing trend. How are you finding that one of the future use cases of NFTs for the future is also education of those women to understand financial literacy and investment literacy, so that they, God forbid, if a partner passes away or they have to navigate the financials for a family office, they would be able to do it in the future. And how they pass that legacy education on to their kids. This is important to be able to understand. So Megan, you seem to have that experience right now. I'd love to hear what you've experienced. And also Alona, in Switzerland as well, you have other forms of family offices and other savings and financial instruments there. So maybe then there could be a dovetail between that question and Athena.
Yeah, I think sometimes people frown upon people who get into crypto for the financial side of it, for the investing side, and the financial freedom potential, and I don't think that's something we should do, because yes, this is the changing of a world order and the chance for people to be able to have access to tools that only previously accredited investors had access to. So, it's now a form of financial literacy and starting to learn about financial tools in a fun way, and what NFTs provide for women to get involved in space, and for really anyone in that matter. I just was at a networking meeting where people were like, oh, you're in this NFT club. I just met somebody from there. We're networking now. We're now doing something together. So it provides a safe space or a community for like-minded people to connect. And I'm telling you, I've never done better networking than I have in the NFT world. And so it might seem strange to the people who are outside of the Web3 bubble, but that's why my mission is to appeal to more of the mainstream audience, because if they understand what's going on here and the potential, then there's a space for everyone. There's a community for everyone, and that provides, the safe place for them to learn when this is such an intimidating atmosphere.
Well, the potential is there, and that's the most important thing. Potential is any possibility, but when you start looking at a gated, centralized financial system, we're disrupting and pulling the veil back on the system, which makes it a little bit more daunting because it was never really understood. And sometimes it makes it a little bit more complicated when you don't really know what's under the hood of the engine of the car, right? So right now, what I'm seeing and hearing as well is this is becoming quite popular across the continents, not just North America. This is happening in Latin America, this is happening in Europe. I heard, when I was at the Bitcoin conference in Miami, and I was interviewed for a podcast, and we had a conversation about this as well, because it's alarming the percentage of women over the age of 49 plus that don't even have a retirement because of the lack of understanding of financial instruments and investment instruments. And I think the crypto NFT space, the Web3 space, will give them an opportunity to step in there with probably a lot less stress, because everyone's learning together in that sort of networked way, and they can align with each other. Alana, I'd be curious to what you think about that.
Yeah, I think you raised a very important question. That education and financial literacy are important for women to grow and literally for everyone. I don't specify here women or men. It is important to know what finance are and where to invest or not. But when it comes to entities and when it comes to communities, how do you know where to invest? How do you know which monkey will grow? How do you know that you need to buy the monkey? And these are the monkeys' financial instruments, you know? And people who are not in the space and literally the housewives who were thinking, for example, about retirement plan or not thinking about that, how would they define that? And then it comes towards education, to what is and what's actually blockchain, because everything you say is applicable to blockchain field generally. It's super welcoming space where we learn all about what's coming from where, how technologies work, what's finance, what's decentralized finance, and actually centralized finance, the more you learn out of that. So, education. So it comes to the point of education, not anything, but generally. What are investments? How much money do you have? How much are you going to risk? What is your risk? And how to minimize it or maximize it. And this is good questions to raise. So I am very much for educational programs. I know that we have here Nordic Blockchain Association, we have Portuguese Blockchain Association, Swiss Blockchain Associations, which are very much focused on education and educational programs. This is super important for communities, for normal people, not just us who are here knowing like the topics and discussing like how to invest here or there, but really for normal people who live their lives, come back from work and think, okay, I earned 2, 3, whatever, thousands, and now I have 500 left, maybe I can make something with this money. How to make it simple, how to make it work. And this is a good question. So for me, it comes to education.
Kathleen. You know, guys, I want to tell you a story, a very funny story about NFT. So recently, I have installed a new wallet, and in this wallet, like it's an experimental wallet. I was preparing the conference, inviting all the guests, and in the middle of the night, after I wanted to unwind from all the communications, I opened that wallet, and what did I see? I saw a unique entry NFT to join the testing program of some accelerator. As far as the whole day, I was communicating with accelerators and etc., etc. I thought, oh my God, one of our partners decided to reward me with this unique access. So what did I do?
You bought it. I know you bought it.
Speaking about NFTs and learning and education, I mean, the experience is the result of hard lessons learned, right? So I authorized the entrance with this NFT to the accelerator, and what happened? I lost all my shit tokens from my wallet. Well, it was an experimental thing. I learned my lesson. Now with my MetaMask, I do not access any kind of NFT programs.
Which is really important, because that's how we learn. Sometimes we have to fall down a few times, and that's also how the space is in order to learn. But the one dovetail to everything that the four of us have been saying as well is another use case of NFTs will be a sovereign identity. It's something that's sitting as a pink elephant in the room, but the digital sovereign identity to protect what it is that we're navigating through is also a tremendous use case for NFTs. There are so many more that are going to dovetail into every part of our lives. We could sit here for 10 hours talking about them, but we're limited. But I think the clear understanding is recognizing, number one, we have to be secure in a space that is unknown to some. Number two is being able to navigate through communities so that we can continue to support and uplift each other. And it's not about friending and tending. It's more about really being there to stand, to empower each other, to know that we can do it. And this is something really important in the space, because we don't want to repeat Web 1 and Web 2. Web 3 has an ecosystem, but we want to transform. With the transformation, we have to do things a little bit different, and it might be uncomfortable in the beginning, but we will learn as we go. But education, number 3, is by far the most important thing. We are moving at such a fast speed, more so than the dot-com era in 1998, that we really have to not leave anyone behind. And this is how I feel like I think the four of us are probably agree that not leaving anyone behind is important to us, because there could be nieces, there could be nephews, there could be grandkids, there could be sons and daughters. At the end of the day, we have to look at 2030 and beyond. And this is where I see most of us starting to think about as well.
Can I add something?
Sure.
You said very important thing. So Web 1, Web 2, and now we're in Web 3. And the main difference of Web 3 from all the rest is peer-to-peer. So what is peer-to-peer? It's person to person. And when it comes to education, I would like to address to all of you. So literally everyone who does your part, explain a friend, what is NFT, how to use blockchain, how to change, that was my turn, how to change the network on the Metavibes, or whatever. That is education, and education doesn't come from universities. In our case, when it comes to community of Web3, education comes from people. Education comes from peer to peer.
Thank you, Alana, Megan, Katrina. On behalf of all of us, I just want to say thank you for the listening. We hope we've gained some value from the conversation that we've just had. And hopefully it's left you with some questions. You can talk to any of us afterwards. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. And we'll see you tomorrow or around the floor. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, everyone. And speaking about communities, time to have some talks about building strong communities in VR. Because some people are not present right now with us, but through this, we're live streamed, and you can see what is happening at this stage through the VR. So greet the next panel.
All right, first of all, I want to thank everyone for being here in person and live stream and my panelists for today. We are going to speak about building strong communities in the VR. Quite a big topic, and I'm going to introduce it just now, but first I'd like to introduce the panelists. I'm going to ask you to do that by yourselves, because we just met, so you didn't go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Irina Karagaur. I'm the head of business development and ecosystem growth at Unique Network, which is an NFT parachain Polkadot ecosystem. So what we do, we build ecosystem. We build web projects that build metaverses, that build games, marketplaces, and other NFT applications. I'm an architect by education, and I spent some time also in urban planning and management consulting before moving into business side of things, blockchain, and kind of tying together the experience of the art world, technology, and business.
Okay, I'm Farid Kapverdi. I'm the lead developer of Metavibes company. At the same time, I'm also the CEO of my own estimation company. For example, as I will start from my company estimation is about 10 years old. We develop mainly computer games, mobile games. We also develop console games, however, the last years we are also engaged in crypto development. We also engaged in new experimental projects that is connected to Web3. But at the moment, my main role is to be a lead developer at Metavibes. Metavibes is a Web3 application where it's a metaverse application where, for example, different people can meet, call, visit different online events, visit different exhibitions. For example, we also at the moment we have WoW Summit in online format. For example, you can visit WoW Summit through mobile applications, through computer application, but you also can wear VR glasses and also visit the summit in VR. In future, we plan to make many different events with building community around.
Thank you so much. And I realize I should probably introduce myself as well, right? My name is Ida Kimmer, and I'm the Director of Global Affairs at Journey. And Journey has both a creative and a technological solution that allows us to build white-labeled virtual worlds that we deploy directly in any browser with the highest quality, visual quality that is possible in the web today. We're lucky enough to work with some of the biggest brands in the world. I'm going to do a little bit of bragging. H&M, BMW, Cartier, Group, EU, WWF, etc., etc., etc. But let's jump into the topic, because we've been giving a very large topic in very little time. So we're going to cruise through this. Obviously, we're building the next iteration of the internet. And as everything we build, we're building it for real people, right? Communities are essential to our survival as human, and is the core reason that we have become the kind of species that we are today. And it's also how we create economies. With the 3D and the decentralized web, we have many different ways and possibilities to interact and to build communities. So we're now going to explore this topic, and as you can hear, we basically need to cruise through technology, psychology, identity, creativity, ownership, and basic human needs in less than 10 minutes. So let's do it. I would like to start with the basic concepts, actually, and see if we can figure that out first. What does it actually mean to build a community? Anyone? You don't know?
It means, actually, as somebody who comes from the community, because I had a unique experience joining Web3 through a community of ambassadors. I first jumped in by joining ambassador program at Polkadot because I wanted to learn about technology, but I also wanted to learn what kind of people are in there. Are there entrepreneurs? Are there mainly developers? Is there any space for somebody who doesn't code? So I just joined the program. I found Telegram group, I found Discord, and I found many, many amazing people with really fascinating personal stories, the reasons why they began building things in Web3, very unique skill sets, approach to life, to things, and we just started a conversation. Everything began with a conversation like, who are you? What do you want to do? How do you want to improve the world? And Web3 fundamentally is about improving the world. If you talk to any ecosystem, in any community, in any solution, everybody talks about impact. And I also have I'm very, very fortunate to be one of the founding members and co-coordinator of Digital Art for Climate Initiative, which is also all about community of artists and climate advocates who got together, who created an NFT collection and went to the world, to the United Nations, to talk about sustainability, climate change, climate action, and use this technology to build a community around a very important topic, such as climate change, but most importantly, action, because how do you act, why do you get together? Because you want to build something together, you want to act on something, you want to have an impact in the world. So it all begins with a conversation, getting to know each other, with a spark of an idea, and then one person joins, another person joins, and then you blink and you find hundreds of thousands of people following, building, interacting, exchanging. And now with the technology that we have, it's so much easier to get together and to have this conversation, to have impact.
Thank you. Maybe we can twist the topic slightly for
Yes.
you for it. If we just add virtual reality to what Irina just was saying, what is your impact then? Or like how do we do it then? Because Irina is very much speaking about communication methods that are before the virtual reality, right?
First of all, I want to mention that your speech is very interesting, and I want to say that everything that you said is the most important words in this conversation. And every person wants to communicate, and there is no matter how he wants to communicate, but he wants to communicate. And I think virtual reality is one of the best tools to make a communication. For example, if you communicate through a web browser, through computer or through mobile, you only, text, mainly text, or maybe you use microphone, or sometimes, however, for example, if you use Zoom, you can capture yourself, but for example, with the help of VR, you can not only move your head, but you also can move your hands. You have, VR is more realistic, is more impactful, and for example, when we started to develop VR application where people can communicate, I saw that many people like interaction in VR much more than with on other platforms. For example, we made small demo. We made a small application where all our team, we are the company of 5 people, where, for example, people walk around, and, for example, in Oculus, you through joystick, for example, can pick up some object and throw to other person. And people in our team liked it very much. It's one of the examples why VR is effective as communicating tool.
Yeah, and I totally agree with both of you. It's really about communication and finding also something we talk a lot about at Journey is about the fact that we could slow internet down with this kind of 3D technologies. Because instead of scrolling through social media, we create beautiful spaces with different ways of communicating and maybe more close to what we are as humans. And that means that we can connect differently. We connect differently when we have beautiful environments, right? That's one of the essential things as humans. When it's beautiful, we linger, right? And when we linger, we connect better to each other as well. We focus. So definitely different ways of communicating. But let's look at, it's very easy to speak about our own work, all three of us, but what would you say would be some of the best use cases that you've seen so far in how brands or different organizations are working in 3D web, virtual reality, and creating amazing communities?
Can I speak? For example, as I told before, we created a 3D version of WoW Summit, and what we made? We made, for example, that each brand, each company has all one stand. And for example, how did we make that, for example, some person walks to our metaverse and he wants to learn about this brand. And what we decided to do, we decided to create a human, 3D character human. And for example, if you are near to this person, he starts to talk about this company. And the voice that he uses is made through artificial intelligence. For example, we ask brands to send their text, for example, that describes what their brand do. And when a person logs to our metaverse, he approaches the 3D character, and he talks about the brands that he represents.
Did you want to add something?
No. In terms of experiences, we unfortunately don't have so many space in this panel, but for me, because I tried it, it is the best metaverse out there. We have a lot of conversations, Coca-Cola joining the virtual worlds, and they are a fantastic brand. They've done a lot of innovation and incredible things in marketing. They are a company to learn from in terms of marketing strategy, also approaching the metaverse. But what is the most important in the VR is your experience, how easy it is to use it, and also the spaces that you visit need to have content, need to have other users, need to have galleries, architecture. What is interesting for me to see is that a lot of architects, real architects, are jumping into the space, like Zaha Hadid architects, on personal level. You find them building spaces in different virtual worlds. But it also, what is important is to have an experience which doesn't make you feel like this hardware is bothering, because you need to be able to stay in that virtual space, say, for 1 hour if you attend an event. And there are many different suits and now many different classes, and there's still way to improve. It's not perfect. It's not enjoyable. And also the sensation, if you have not tried to wear glasses and jump into that space, please do, because it's an incredible experience of how you actually completely lose the sense of time and space. You just disappear in that reality, and it is fantastic but scary at the same time, because we need to bring up also the question of how much time we should really spend in that space. What is healthy? Who should be there? You know, how do we manage children, teenagers? Because there is a lot of conversations about, you know, even using social media platforms, all these likes and how they have impact on health, on psychological health. So these are all questions we need to address. We still need a lot of improvements in the metaverse, but it is growing. There are many fantastic spaces. We will see much more in the next 10 years because technology is progressing with the speed of light, and there is a lot of investment coming into this space.
So we have 1 more minute. So let's conclude with what would be our biggest hope for communities and VR?
The biggest hope for me personally, because I get to travel a lot, would be that we will create a sustainable, enjoyable way to interact with each other, to do business, to do communication, to relate, to be able to access different parts of the world and be comfortable with that. That can save us a lot of time, that can bring us closer together, and you know, we can make our world more sustainable, like energy efficient. We don't have to use so many airplanes, because every technology has plus and minus, and let's focus on the sustainable plus side that will add benefits to our communities and also add to growing local communities, improving local communities, but still being globally connected.
Yes, I totally agree with you, with those words that you expressed. And I also think that in future we also need to improve technologies from one to make them more more affordable to people, to make this more interesting to people. But we also need to learn about safety. So we need to make, for example, that people will not use VR, I think, half of the day, and they will use it temporarily. So there is a virtual world, but also true to forget real world.
And I'm going to add mine as well, checking if I'm allowed to. I think for me, it's about finding a way to obviously create sustainability and all of those things, but it's also about something essentially human, to have a different internet that is beautiful, where we maybe have slower experiences, where we actually stop and linger in beautiful spaces so that we have the chance to connect with each other and have great conversations. And maybe by having that, it's almost like having better quality food, that we prefer eating just one piece of steak instead of 5 because it's so flavorful. We enjoy the experience and then end up hopefully spending less time on it. That would be my issue. But unfortunately, we have run out of time. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you everyone for listening here in the space and on the stream as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dear guests, those who are left, I strongly invite you to follow to the VIP pool lounge for a party. Enjoy the drinks, time to vent out, and celebrate the ending of the second day. Thank you for being there. At 7 p.m. At 7 p.m. upstairs, second floor, people lounge, 1 hour, everyone. Please, let's hang out and celebrate the end of the second day. What? I hear someone is saying something.
Wow. Let's go, everybody.
Let's go.
Maybe we exchange social media if you want to see more about.
Yeah, I can give you my phone number. But now I'm a little bit because of the global economic thing, I'm very careful about. Yeah, because I'm economist from my education. Until the Fed stop raising interest rates, everything can be go fucked up. Yeah, but I can give you my, if you want my, yeah. I give you my email. It's small letters, JARMO.
Okay.
That's my name. Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Tyler.
Tyler, yeah. Where are you from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, okay. Yarmo7, the number 7 at hotmail.com.
GUI.
No, GARM. No, J. Seven.
Yeah, it is.
What kind of project do you have?
Basically a community project to build trust and to verify the members that they are active through the games that we provide. So when they come to the website, they will play a simple game like Pong or retro games.
Yeah.
We will give them free tokens.
Yeah.
Then at another level, we will provide them with more resources, including like other projects.
You don't have no token now.
Not yet. We haven't launched yet.
Yeah.
Yep. We're waiting to basically the next bull market to go up. We're going to launch it.
Yeah. So it's kind of like because it's I made my biggest money in Cardano. I still have like 20% left, but now I actually bought a little bit more. But it was like their founder. It was normally it was a little bit vulgar language for the guy Charles Hoskinson, for the guy of science. Do you know what he said about the Cardano? Charles Hoskinson, founder. He said that when there is a bear market, it doesn't matter if you are if the Cardano is doing perfectly in short, it will also give the person the how would you say, winning thing, what is makes money in the poker in internet, makes your dick to grow 10 inches and take your grandmother to the church on Sunday. Still, it would increase the price. So I'm really the timing is so, it doesn't make any sense, but the timing is so important.
Yeah.
Like it's like, for example, it was 2017. I bought Cardano, and then so then I bought it like was it, wait a minute, 9 cents, and then it was basically an idea, and then it went over $1, what was totally insane price because it was basically just an idea.
Yeah.
And then I sold them all, and then later when they were like maybe, wait a minute, a little bit over 2 years ago, the prices were actually it was the lowest price was 5 cents, but I started to, because at that time the Ethereum was also 6, 7, 800. I bought Ethereum at that time. But later when I sold the Ethereum, I started to buy it between 9 and 24 cents. And then I sold like 80% of the average price was more than $2.23. But it was and nowadays it was nowadays 2 weeks ago I bought it for 33 cents, and now it's 40 cents something, and it's much better. It's much better company than when I sold them at more than $2.
Wow.
So that's what I'm talking also about you. That time is it shouldn't be so important, but it is. Yeah.
Yeah, the market is a bit irrational.
It is very irrational, and plus now there is some rationality because there are huge global problems about the China logistics. They have like zero COVID policy that will affect all the world. Like for example, some German car companies, they can produce 65% of their capacity because they don't have some technical stuff from China. Because you know that what logistics is fucked up now. And I don't know if you are interested in this, but
I am.
Yeah. So
every day.
yeah. So I was in stock market also many years ago, and I have like many friends who are actually quite respected in this field. So it's kind of like, and then of course the money printing, and now and the COVID thing and everything. It's I expect you will see. Unfortunately, I think I'm right. So I expect the global recession compared to year 29.
To last that long?
No, but I mean that's stuff. That's what I mean.
I've always been thinking that we were going to have that happen, for like maybe over 10 years. And I've been wrong for over 10 years in a way. But
yeah, but now the Ukrainian war and everything is kind of what it will create to the world gas markets. And nowadays the food market, there will be riots and civil wars in some places. There is not enough food, and for example, the people in many poorer countries, they don't have money to pay to buy fertilizers, because of course there are some things what they need from Russia and Ukraine. Okay, but even the most important thing that you need a lot of gas. I don't know technical process, but you need a lot of gas to produce fertilizer. I don't know why, but that's how it is. And the price of the gas is much more higher. So the price of fertilizers is, for example,